Yeah, I mean, I think that these guys say no a lot more than we think. But again, I'm not disagreeing. Let's go to hey, remember Craig?
Craig.
Part-time producer?
Our guy.
Is this Craig who is also
Craig Valentino.
just in Ghana?
Yeah, and everywhere.
What's up, players?
Hey,
Craig
you
Mack.
ain't putting gas money on nobody's car. Stop lying, man.
Look at you.
You ain't putting nobody. You ain't buying no Ferrari.
I said I'll help with the down payment. Yeah, what up, Craig?
Yeah, that's what it is. You ain't gonna pay the tags. But here, real quick though, it's funny, Guru. I actually agree with you. I guess we're from the same part of town, being Union City and Hayward. Closest friends, they're not gonna put you in that spot. At the end of the day, they're not gonna put you in that spot when it's breaking down. Because no one wants you to lose your money. If you go in jail, I can't bail you out. I'm broke.
There it is.
So I'm not gonna put you in a spot. I'm not going to put you in a spot to where you can lose all the money, because at the end of the day, I'm living off your money. So those people, like you said, at the end of the day, are not your friends.
And
if
that's
they want
real.
you to any chance to lose the money, they're not your friends, bro. Those are the kind of people you need to kick to the curb, because real friends wouldn't put you in that spot.
That's all. Hey, appreciate it, Craig.
Thanks, Craig.
And Evan, I hope I didn't sound like it could be my neighbor or anybody. No, these are my Danas that you've met. Well, guy, not just like I would, man, I hit you come along for the ride. But, Steiny, it's not every day, but I'm just, oh, my gosh, I couldn't believe you. But you say you understand it.
I completely understand it. It's not right, but, oh, my gosh, it's one of those things that if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. And that seems to me, if I were 22 years old, I could see me making that kind of mistake.
Man.
In the interest of trying to be too nice of a guy.
And not just risk your livelihood, Steiny, you could possibly risk your freedom. I mean, that's a big ask.
So let me be honest with you. Okay, you're not Steph Curry, you're Michael Porter Jr.
Okay,
you make a lot of money.
All right.
So is Relaford ever working again?
No.
Okay, is 49er Frankie ever working again?
No.
What about the truck driver, my guy Dean?
Kane, he would work but no, he.
So just how many guys
I would try to do
support?
LeBron to get them jobs to where.
Okay, well now we're talking something different.
Okay,
now we're talking something different.
Right.
That's a job.
Yeah. But Steiny, when it's jail time, I'm like, I get it. Obviously, these guys are succumbing to whatever. I just would be like, you're not what I thought you were in regard to my friend for even coming at me with that.
Yeah, and I'm not calling them intellectuals, but I just think a lot of these people look at it
that
like
was great.
People do cheating on a high school test. Oh, well, I'm not going to get caught. Or if I do, I'm going to get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
You don't think about it as, well, I could get expelled from this school if I get caught cheating.
So do you think we're about to see more of this?
Yeah, 100%. I think
because Beasley lost $100 million for 87.
Yeah,
man. And he might be doing time if I'm just saying, like, that's crazy to me that you gave in and would participate.
Well, we've had guys in all three major sports, and I'm sure it happens in more, that have been caught, that are under investigation, that have served suspensions, and not all of them have lost their careers. The only ones that have are the guys that probably were fringe players anyways, like the Jonte Porters. If Michael Porter Jr. gets caught for gambling, I don't think he is, but if he did, he's probably still going to have a job at some point in the future because he's good enough to be employed.
Man. Yeah.
I mean, Calvin Ridley served a year-long suspension. He's still getting checks.
Well, that I don't think he did any. He made a parlay.
What about Art Schleister?
He was betting on the.
What about the Arizona State guys?
No, I watched the Netflix doc on the Headache or the Earthquake, whatever his name was.
Headache Smith.
Yeah. No, you got to pay the price. Yeah. He had people after him too, though. Yeah.
I think there's way more going on with this than we have any idea about, because I really do. Can you say the name of the Klaus? Clausse. Like, I'll bet you for every Clausse that 5 guys are doing it who haven't been caught.
All right. And Evan, I want to throw this to Evan because
you don't think I'll know the answer?
No, because I think I know your answer. So let's say it's your brother. You hit it big. We're talking about you're making Klay Thompson money or what he's made in his career. Forget if your brother says yes or no. Is he working again? Or are you trying to say, bro, come on, you come with me?
Yeah, he's working.
So's my brother.
I love my brother, but
Oh my God, are you my sister?
but the thing is too, it's
Get
not
a job.
It's not just them. Okay, so let's say you're
Right.
taking care of 49er Frankie.
Right.
You're also taking care of 49er Frankie's family.
Well, that's taking care of 49er Frankie.
But how
but
much
that's
are you
not
giving
one
him?
person.
There's not they're not taking advantage. It's something I want to do. It's not 49er Frankie every day saying, give me this.
Well, how much are you giving him a month?
See, now that'll take a
Like,
while.
are you
My
giving him
dudes are coming with
Are
me,
you
that's
giving him
all I'm saying.
$100,000 a
Oh,
year?
my, come on, Steiny, yes.
Who's going to go broke?
Well, yeah. And then what? And then 49er Frankie's going to have to go back to work.
Poor Frankie.
Oh, man, you guys.
Sometimes you need a little tough love, Goo.
Yeah.
I'm going to go work for my brother.
My brother wouldn't see a dime. Not one freaking dime. In fact,
Hey, what
I would
time you
start
taking
taking the
lunch?
whole
Yeah.
family
Oh, man.
on exotic vacations, and I wouldn't invite
Oh,
him.
man.
All right.
Acapulco.
That was great.
Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Coming up tonight at 4:30, Valkyries take on the Washington Mystics, and you can hear it on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Valkyries are 16-15 after back-to-back wins, and they sit in 7th place in the WNBA standings. Top 8 teams make the playoffs. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they are on the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 4 o'clock.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Texting terms at unlock.com/SMS. Privacy policy at unlock.com/privacy-policy. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal after portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Text EQUITY to 865-865 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Text EQUITY to 865-865. Text the word EQUITY to 865-865. Text EQUITY to 865-865 now.
Kohl's Back to School sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real, some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's back-to-school sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details. Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. O'Reilly.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Don't miss Chance the Rapper on his And We Back tour on October 16th at the Masonic in San Francisco. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Giants are just unlucky. Casey already got it. I'm a journalist with words.
Let's get nuts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time, which means we welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard.
People have been waiting for this.
Oh, yeah. This is a legacy crossover, guys.
Do you welcome us in? I mean, I was today years old when I found out you'd rather not do this.
Ask Dibs about the door.
You'd rather not do it. Those are your words. You said it.
Yeah, I'd rather not. All things considered, I'd rather not.
It's a tough day for us, Steiny. That's a tough thing for me to hear.
Don't take it personally.
Oh, I don't take it personally.
Just like don't
worry, I'm not going to lose sleep.
When Bob Melvin sits Ramos shouldn't take it personally. Stop.
Yeah. I'm in my feelings, Dibs.
When Kuminga doesn't want to rebound, it's kind of like Steiny not wanting to do the crossover. Yeah. He doesn't want to do what's necessary to make the team win.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Dibs, I'm in my feelings. I'm going to tell you why. I don't know if you heard.
Obviously.
So a couple callers, about the 10:30, 11 o'clock, called and said during the crossover, I kissed Willard's butt. And that hurt me. Because I don't. And Will.
Oh, you both do.
What do you mean?
I mean, you both, and I'm looking at the midday show, you both do. But go ahead.
Now, you do that to Steinmetz.
False.
You start the thing off. Oh, you were so great. I heard it.
What did I say when I walked in the room?
Well, today is different. Today is different.
Well,
but every day there's a Steiny nugget from Dibs, and I'm like, it hurts, but I just deal with it. But Willard, I don't. Come on, man.
Nobody kisses my ass. Stop
and
it.
then Steiny goes, yeah, you've been doing it for like 2 weeks.
Let's get into why.
Why? Exactly.
And why do people feel that way?
Well, we can do a live test run. You ready?
Sure.
Hey, Goo, did you hear what Willard said about Ohtani?
And I called him out on that.
No, you didn't. Not to his face.
Yeah, I said, you and Shasky on the air. That's his face.
No,
I said,
it's
y'all
not.
going in too hard on Ohtani.
Why?
He's not a criminal.
I'm not a crook.
Do you? I don't know that he's a criminal. I just have one question for you.
What did you say yesterday, Will?
I call him a jerk.
No, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes. Do you believe the story you've been told? You believe that millions of dollars left his bank account?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you don't believe it.
But I give people credit for finessing the finesse. Like, he's finessing it, and he's getting away with whatever.
His friend is in jail. That's a jerk.
He stole, though.
That's a bad dude.
Yeah.
His friend's in jail.
Yeah. But the bottom line is you and I have had difference of opinion, and we go at it.
Yeah.
You don't have a sound clip of me saying, I'm scared of Dibs So there's something intellectual about Willard that bothers you to where you turn on me when they come in. No. So now I like this round robin we're having. But Dibs, I do feel like you go with Steiny. Oh, Steiny, you made a great point at 12:10.
Is there anybody you don't want to alienate right now?
No, you.
Well, you just alienated Willard, and now you're alienated Dibs.
No, I'm not alienated. Dibs is my guy.
I got alienated?
If we want to just it'd be an alienation sensation.
I didn't hear. I missed it. When did I get alienated?
Well, that's the point. He ripped you on the air today. You're not here.
Shasky.
And I said, okay, why don't you say that to... It was like, these guys with Ohtani, this is ridiculous.
I said I want to call out two of my teammates, and I said Willard and Shasky.
Who takes any of this
He's mad that you're not mad. Yeah. Steiny is.
I am.
Great.
I'm mad that you aren't coming down his road like you did earlier.
No, because Dibs is coming down both of ours about we do it to Will and we don't. That hurts Dibs.
Steiny,
it's constant. It's constant.
When you reboot a segment, it doesn't come out as hot the second time.
That's true.
Dibs said it's constant. See, you got nothing to say to Dibs.
What's the conversation?
He says you kissing up to him too.
I do.
Yes.
Oh my God!
I mean, ask and answer.
Remember that time we did a show together?
Exactly.
It was a fun show. It was a good show.
That was who was this? It's like you with Evan.
Oh,
hey, everything's great.
I actually recommended because I've got a day in September. I'm doing a banquet, and I said to the boss, instead of me just taking the day off, which I mean I'll do. Right. I actually said, why don't Goo and I switch for the day? You and Mark, you can butter him up for 4 hours, and I can butter Steiny's bread from 10 to 2.
How did the boss take that?
A great idea. I'll look into it.
Oh, we used to do the
switcheroo. I'll look into it is exactly the same as I'll try to stop by.
Yeah.
That's the same statement.
Or our alleged outing that just died on the vine.
Well,
what happened to that?
That'll happen.
You chimed in, I chimed in, and then crickets.
Getting 6 people with different schedules and kids and lives, believe me. Don't you have tons of friends in life where you're texting for like a year and a half trying to
gives them all $10,000?
No, I got you.
You know what I mean? Yeah. It's tough.
By the time I got home and asked about the schedule, it was already like, don't worry about it because 2 people can't go already.
Right.
So
I get it.
We're looking for another date.
Yeah.
And, as far as who is the freest of the 6, Steiny probably the freest because he's an empty nester and he's got, some social wiggle room. You live far away. He's got 5 jobs. I've got a toddler.
I got you.
Spadoni's got 2.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
Butcher's got a 2-year-old.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
The premise is wonderful, but the logistics of it, and it's really 8 people because the director of outings has to be there, as does Look himself. And I'm sure Evan and Grandy, too, and Lubman. So now you're looking at 11.
You know how you guys named your bar last week?
Yeah.
Dibs, you just named my bar. Social Wiggle Room.
Not
That's
bad.
the name of my bar.
That is not.
You gotta have a good dance
floor.
Kissing his butt. I gotta make sure. Yeah.
Kiss his butt.
But Dibs said it's social wiggle room is sick. I like that.
You do have some social wiggle room over there. That's what that grin is right now.
And what did you land on for the name of the Haters Palisade?
That was a great bit.
haters just get to roll in and hate on the local teams.
You mean the names of the bars?
No,
what did you decide was the best of the names?
Yeah. Well, something opposition, right?
Loyal opposition.
Loyal opposition.
But there were a couple really good ones.
That was great, man. They told me about that.
Winer's Alley or something like that. I was thinking maybe just go with Lasorda's.
Pretty good.
Because is he the most hated of all time?
My partner would say so. Mark's number one.
Why'd you get on him for that?
I wish Melvin had some Lasorda in him. How about that?
There you go.
Yeah. No, I think that stuff counts.
Lasorda's a bad dude. That's a bad dude.
Off the field?
Yes.
So it's Ohtani. How many Dodgers are bad dudes right now?
Lasorda, you want stories? You want stories?
No.
No, because I don't want to taint what I think Lasorda meant and who he is.
A better question is there a Dodger who isn't a bad guy?
And there
that would be a better story.
Mookie Betts.
Right.
Did you see the picture of he was next to Ohtani and it said Ohtani Betts? He was right next to him. Somebody captured the picture. Yeah.
Not bad. You know what I like most about Mookie is he sucks this year. That's the best part.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like Mookie.
You got the George Jefferson going on up top,
I like Mookie. It's hard to not like. Freddie Freeman seems like right? That's a good story. Not all of them. Lasorda's a bad dude.
But Ohtani's worse.
Well, Ohtani, it's sort of like inferred now. I've never been around Shohei Ohtani. I was around Tommy Lasorda.
But even his contract, Will, was gangster. That was like, how did that happen?
But whatever. Like, I'm not going to, you know what I mean? Like, if that's your free agent deal and that's what you want to do and someone offers it to you, great. This is not haterade and it has nothing to do with his uniform. My statement is based on one thing and one thing only. I think it's hilarious that America bought the story. It's hysterical to me that people bought the most ridiculous, unbelievable, undoable, unfathomable story of all time, that $25 million just gets wired out of your account and you never got a text. Stupidest story I've ever heard in the history of sports. And everyone went just, wow, that translator really went sideways, didn't he? Like, it's absurd.
No, he's funny now. Now he's making a lot of sense, isn't he?
No, because Otani's
he wasn't here this morning.
Otani's free. But this real estate stuff, we don't know what popped off. But for the haters like yourself and Shasky, because you recognize his talent. Shasky did that this morning.
Of course, he's
but
the
it's
best
like
player.
he's a free man. You know, so
no, this was just like a brick on the wall.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay,
Pink Floyd.
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
So what about had you heard the comments from Michael Porter Jr.?
Yeah,
I think he got a lot of people in hot water. His brother's in trouble, and you just so casually or cavalierly say what he said. I'll just say this to that, and Steiny and I had a difference of opinion. Dibs, if I was getting Michael Porter Jr. money, my Danas or Dibs, they would be with me like Bron and how he did it to where they wouldn't have to work again. Ask me for the money. But don't dare have me risk my freedom and my livelihood.
Well, he was underwater. His brother was in debt to those people. Right. And so he wasn't making Michael Porter Jr. money. Okay. So maybe you go to your brother and say, hey, big bro, I'm in some trouble.
Hello.
What do you need? I need 6 large or whatever it is. And you get it from your brother, but it didn't go that way. And so I thought what he said, and we can debate whether or not he's the right messenger or not. I think he's the perfect messenger because his family got touched by it, and his brother got into trouble doing whatever he was doing, and he felt like that was his only way out. And I think that the message that he sent is real as far as this is not the only incident. I mean, we're talking about Shohei Ohtani. Whether or not he was involved or his translator taking the money to do it on his own, whatever you believe, the idea that sports gambling is here to stay and these things are going to continue to happen.
I completely agree.
What was the debate y'all had? I missed that part.
I said that, so he said, you want to make your friends some money, take the under on my points.
Right. Well, which was a hypothetical.
Make them each 10,000.
It was kind of a hypothetical.
Right.
But yeah.
I said I could see it.
And I said, ask me. Ask me for the money.
I could see it.
And if you're my true friend, you wouldn't put me in that position to risk the biscuit and my freedom.
But Dibs' point is a good one, which was that he was trying to make money for his own debts also. Yeah. And he was not at a spot in the game where he's made, bajillions of dollars yet or whatever. And so you and I were talking about this earlier. I kind of see it like back when steroids was really taking over baseball. I don't know how many people know this. It was way more prevalent in the minors than it was in the majors because people are just trying to get to the contract. Get the contract, and then everything's going to be okay. And there's a lot of examples of that. Melky Cabrera, he got the deal. He got the deal.
Yeah.
And then you're out, but you're like, but I got the deal.
I won.
Right? So I get where he's coming from, and I don't know. When I read it, it was a little bit more of a cautionary tale to what I think is fact. Like I'm not against the idea of these leagues opening themselves up to gaming. I think it's making state debts go away. I'm not against it at all. But to think that another 25 years from now, it wouldn't be running the entire show, it could.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, Evan brought up Casey from Cleveland. He was throwing the first pitch as a ball, not a big impact on the game. I didn't even know you could do that, but I'm like, damn, how did they catch that?
And it goes on in just about every sport where there is wagering, and even my beloved horse racing. You can watch some of the races and you see a jockey and he'll give that little tug down the stretch and he'll pull up on a horse, and the jockeys asked after, he's like, well, the other horse veered in and I thought this and I thought that. It's like, no,
man.
You're fixing the race. So it happens. And I'm trying to remember the first college basketball point shaving, we used to call it, scandal.
Arizona State had a big one.
Yeah, and there's one even like back when we were kids, Steiny, and it was like
Montana was
shocking.
on that team.
And now these stories pop all the time where, it's a couple college kids doing this and pro athletes doing that.
These are the ones we hear of.
Correct. Yeah.
Which means there's got to be a hell of a lot more that we don't, or they wouldn't do it.
Right, and
You know what I mean?
And
Like,
as you're
someone's
talking about,
getting away
Guru, now that there's what I call micro wagering, where you can bet on a pitch, you can bet on a play.
Exactly.
In golf, you can bet on a hole. So you come up to a par 3, and a golfer could have told his guys before, hey, when we get to number 7 today, bet the bogey. I'm putting this baby in the bunker. I'm going to hit it to 20 feet, lag it to 1.5 feet. I'm going to make a bogey on 7. And he gets up there, and he pulls it. Ooh, he's in the sand, Jim. You drew a bad lie.
And catch that.
And so, yeah, I mean, those things are so easy to do and so hard to catch.
It's so ridiculously easy to do with those right now. It's just.
Although you golfers, wouldn't you love to be able to mess up on purpose and it means you make a bogey?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be great?
And
I would
P.S.
love to
If you ever
have
bet
that.
on
That'd be
me,
awesome.
bet the bogey.
Yeah, for example.
Bet the bogey.
Or more.
Totally.
Bogey plus.
Yep.
So, the over-under, do they have over-under on field goal attempts in basketball?
Anything.
Yes, of course.
Anything.
Yes.
Anything.
So,
Look how he's like, yes.
Anything.
Then it's a joke. I mean, then I believe for everybody we're catching, there's probably 10 we're not.
You ever think that this is a possibility? Because blend the legalization of all of this with what y'all are watching all of our teenagers do, and then the fantasy numbers that are on a scroll. How far are we from turning the actual game into the video game? How far are we from, I've got a gizmo in my hand with a bar on the right side of my screen that is offering me bets on every pitch and every play and at the push of a button beep, 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 while you're sitting there on the couch? How far are we from that?
I don't know why I feel like we're there.
Yeah, I'm shocked that we're not. Like 5 years ago, I go, that'll be a thing. And I still think that. It's just probably a matter of red tape and legalization.
I'll tell you a little story.
Okay.
Oh, it's story time with Steiny?
It's going to be very brief, but this is just, I can't believe how easy this is and how many people would probably do it. I remember in college, my senior year, I struggled one night from the field. Look at Nahegan rolling his eyes. Okay, no.
Just one night?
I went 10 for 25 from the floor.
Senior year?
Oh, my God.
Against whom?
Good Lord. Pass the ball.
Yes.
Muhlenberg.
Oh, this is high school.
No, this is college. There's a Muhlenberg College
Right.
and a Muhlenberg.
And your senior year was not the best year at Franklin and Marshall, as I recall.
No, it was. We had a great year my senior year.
I thought your junior year was a better year. But anyway.
Junior year was stunk.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kobe, back to the story.
So
25.
And that's when my coach said the infamous words to me, do you think we can win when you take 25 shots? And I said, yes. And he goes, do you think we can win when you take 25 shots? And I said, yes. And he goes, I don't. I was like, okay. So whatever, he got on. I'll tell you right now, if there was gambling in Division III, I would have told every single friend of mine the next game against Swarthmore, take the under on my field goal attempts.
But you would have been in trouble if you got popped.
Well, I don't know.
It wasn't Division III underdog.
I get you.
I don't know. I went 4 for 5.
Yeah.
I went 4 for 5 from the floor the next night.
And did you beat Swarthmore?
We hammered them. They stunk.
That's efficient. That's good efficiency.
What I'm saying is, it's so easy.
Right.
It's so easy to do.
The problem is, and this is where so many people get caught, is there's a gigantic blip in the radar where, let's just say, let's play this out. And, the money on Steiny is usually at about a level 2.
There you go.
A popular kid. People like him. So the betting is about a level 2. And then they're playing Swarthmore, and now the betting's at a 9. All of the regulators mount up. They're going to look at it and say, oh, my God, we got 5 times the wagers, and he only shot 5 times? something's rotten in Denmark, and that's where these guys get in trouble.
And then they check you again, and they check you again, and then when there's a trend,
then they're saying
you get suspended.
Steiny went right back to 22 shots the night after.
Yeah.
Well, to switch it up, what did you make of TK's comments in the Standard about
Jauan?
Him hearing that they don't like that they just gave him a deal, but I feel like he's got all the leverage with, and I know you're a big Pearsall fan. I'm not saying I'm not, but is he ready to be? This is Jennings being the one to start the season.
Oh, I don't see it that way, but I don't necessarily see things as okay if it's just Pearsall. And the closer we get to the season, I do think Jennings has some leverage.
Okay,
but so do the Niners. Like he don't want to miss games. He doesn't want to do that. That's not going to help him start missing checks and set that whole thing into a national story where now whoever this next team is sees you as kind of burnt toast.
Do you think he's asking for too much?
I don't know what he's asking for.
The only thing Kawakami said was they're not close.
Right. I know that he has a case for more money based on the way this works. Now. But I don't know, is he like, I went for 975 yards and those players make $24 million a year. And I'm making $7 million. So I'd like to triple my salary. Like if you're asking that, then no. If he wants like a little $2 million bump, or you want another year on the back end of this?
I believe it's more than that, Dibs.
I don't know.
It's just what he wants is guaranteed money, and if the Niners and Jauan can come to a place where he gets $12 million guaranteed, but next year's not guaranteed, then it's an extra $5 million you got to pay him this year. And if he balls out again, well, then you rip up the contract and you give him another deal. And if he doesn't, well, then you cut him and you don't owe him anything. And that's, I think, where this gets resolved. Yesterday, David Lombardi, also of the San Francisco Standard, came on and he said August 26th is the day. Cut down
just
day.
Played that,
So it's a little bit like the Kuminga dance. We're dancing to October 1st. This one's going to resolve August 26th at the latest, I think. But remember when you went on your honeymoon and you asked me to get all these things
Fix the Kuminga crap while I'm gone, please.
Fix the Jauan
Great job
Jennings.
on that.
Yeah.
So you're coming down my road.
Kuminga dance. Not a fun dance.
So if I'm correct, Nick Bosa's got an opt-out after next year?
That sounds about right.
Or something happens.
Why do you bring him up?
Like what? He's holding out, right?
Nick Bosa?
No, next year. If that's the case.
Well, we'd have to see if he is.
Well, I did. I looked at his contract.
No, how bad he is this year, meaning good, then he would have that leverage. But if he another stink bomb, I wouldn't foresee that.
I don't know that he's got an opt-out. Are you seeing the, quote, potential out?
Yeah.
That's from the team standpoint.
Okay.
That's a team thing. I don't think Nick Bosa has an opt-out. But
your
larger
question
premise,
is,
I think a lot of what they're doing right now with Jauan or anyone else not going to sign Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis has to do with the fact that there are some cap challenges that are ahead. And so they are pinching a little bit.
But
right
everybody's gotten paid, and he would be the first to kind of.
Well, Mooney Ward didn't get paid, which is why he left.
You're all right.
Aaron Banks got the bag elsewhere. Dre Greenlaw got the bag elsewhere, and the Niners reportedly flew out and tried to beg him back, and he said, "Nah, I'm good." So not everybody gets paid here, but right now Jauan is the one guy who is kind of in an awkward spot. The thing about Bosa, Steiny, is after next year, his cap hit for the following year, 2027, is $52 million. So if the Niners don't want him around, it's a $35 million cap hit to the team. If they do want him around, they got to restructure that. They don't want to pay him a cap hit of $52 million for 1 year.
Right.
That's Purdy money. It is, basically.
Well, especially next year.
Right. I mean, this year it's not. Purdy's making like $9 million this year, which, that's why this year is so fascinating to me, because you're going to rely on so many younger players, and Saturday becomes interesting. You're going to see more of the people I think you're going to actually see in September. They're going to have to play, right?
I would hope, unless they don't feel like they can be protected.
So we'll see
properly.
Pearsall in Vegas?
I would hope you see Purdy.
Oh.
Yeah. If he's not going to play this week, then when are you going to play?
I just been one of them dudes. My quarterback ain't playing preseason.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, even
unless
though
it's Dak.
No, I'm serious.
You'd like to get him hurt.
Does it matter?
Well, yeah.
Does it matter to you that Purdy said he absolutely wants to play and does not feel like he's totally adequately prepared if he doesn't? Does that matter?
No, I like hearing that.
I mean, Like that's what he said.
And
So-
the Purdistans, like my partner Mark Willard, they need him to play and play well because there's a couple national voices who've been coming down my partner's road. I mean,
it's not that. I mean,
they refer to you, not by name.
Exactly.
What did they say,
See,
Will?
this is how you tease. Okay, I got these guys on the edge of the seat.
You do,
Coming
actually.
up in 2 hours, we'll actually pay it off.
Exactly. Yeah, enjoy your ride home, Steiny.
You know what? Will it definitely be in 2 hours?
No, it's going to be
I'd plan
about 10
accordingly.
minutes. Yeah. I think we're going to get to it right away, aren't we, partner?
That's the plan.
Before you put on your
only if Steiny kisses my ass on the way out the door.
I just want to know who called you out from the national media. Stephen A.
I do think it's week we got to wait. Look us up.
Stephen A. on Brock Purdy.
No, it's his partner on
Steiny
Fox.
will awkwardly depart. Mark and I will exchange pleasantries, and we're going to get right to it. And then he's going to change into his dark suit. I'm going to get my tissue ready because we got some sadness coming today.
Man, I think I know what it is. Yeah.
All right. Well, pins and needles.
Yes, sir.
You got to be.
Is that Sam Kennison right there?
I'm scared of Willard.
We are about to unveil the most unbelievable team insider that sports radio in the Bay has ever known. He will be on.
That's 2 teases.
I know.
He will be on when?
3:15.
And one more.
Can I just guess the initials?
Yes.
GL?
No, but I like where you're going with that.
I missed that.
It's not GL.
Okay.
It's not GL. Also today, we're going to debut a new game that you're going to love. Maybe I'll bring it to a crossover soon because it's the kind of thing, Steiny, that you absolutely love.
Trivia.
Man.
Just games. He likes games.
I may just stick around here today.
Yeah.
Just to listen.
Welcome to.
I might not, though. I'm going to make that decision in about 2 minutes.
I'll take the latter.
And I'm going to make it outside the studios of 95.7 The Game.
Number one, it ain't true. That's a lie. Shut the hell up.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Now you're going to tell me you would rather not do that every day? How can you not want to do that every day?
What we just did?
Yes, I can say this to you, and I know you won't get offended because you are my professional partner.
Yep.
That is my favorite professional part, like half hour of the day. That's my favorite half hour of my professional day.
I love it too. It's fun, and you never know where it's going to go. And I know we say that in the intro to the bit, but it's actually true because they're ending their show. They're either winding down or revving up, and we're kind of stretching out, but also it's fun to just chop it up with those two guys. They're so good at what they do.
We have a really, I'm excited about today, though. Even though the crossover is now over, we can shed a tear for that, tip of 40. But
be a lot of tears shed today.
This is going to be something. You're right. There are going to be tears shed. Let's see. What time is it right now? 2:14?
Yep.
Yeah, sometime in the 3 o'clock hour, probably the late 3 o'clock hour, there will be tears. There will be tears. There will be prepared statements. There is a new superfan correspondent for one of the Bay Area teams that is, quite frankly, the greatest correspondent in the history of Bay Area sports radio, and it hasn't even happened yet, but that's going to debut at 3:15. Ann Killian is coming on the show in a couple hours. She had an amazing article that sort of blended the idea of the entertainment dollar right now in the Bay, especially if you want to go over to Mission Rock and turn right or turn left. Which one do you want to go see? So we're going to rock with that. And then do tell. National voices, you say?
Yeah, a couple of them. And we all saw the piece that came out. and they were kind of rat-a-tat-tatting all you Brockistans. A couple of fan favorites, question mark? A guy I've never met but really can't stand, which means he's doing a good job, Nick Wright, and a guy who I also haven't met who just bothers me, but somebody who's at the top of the pyramid, Colin Cowherd.
He bothers you?
He bothers me a little bit.
Why does he bother you?
And part of it's his voice.
Okay.
And we'll hear it coming up, and just a little too smug for me. A little too smarmy. A little smug. He just kind of bugs me. He doesn't really bug me.
He's too smug for you, but you do a show with me and talk to Steve Kerr all the time?
I don't think that Steve is necessarily smug.
He's been called that before.
Yeah, your smugitude is just different because you also have a goofiness and a humility, and I know you personally. I don't
care.
I don't know these men at all. So if I didn't know you and just listened to you, yeah, I probably wouldn't like you either.
He deserved it.
Didn't mean to say that when you had your bubbly water.
Sip of water. Wow, that could have really gotten some equipment in here.
No doubt.
No doubt. But anyway.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
You got it, Steve. We'll be talking to you soon. All right. Y'all want to play this game? You want to hear it?
Let's hear it.
Okay, so 888-957-9570. I'm just warning everybody right now, it's going to be hot. It's about to get hot. This is going to be fun. You ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, so who came on the show, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, who had been asked to be on 100 some odd radio stations across the nation because of the content that he put out into the world? Who came on?
Mike Sando of The Athletic and his annual quarterback tiers, and we all eat it up like Goldilocks eats porridge.
Right. So we were one of the first day that it came out, we had Sando on, we talked it out, he gave us data. I asked him a silly question. He told me it was a great question. I victory lapped. This is basically a summary of what happened 2 days ago. Well, 48 hours later, this information inside The Athletic, the 2025 quarterback tiers, as voted on by NFL executives and coaches, has made its way all the way to FS1 and the combo, in this particular case, of Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright. So buckle up. Here we go. Nick Wright is first.
It should be noted, people are awful quiet these days. You know who we don't hear from so much anymore these days, Colin?
What?
The Brock Purdy truthers. They were chirping at you and me for quite a while. And now he's hanging on for dear life in Tier 2, about to drop to Tier 3 when this thing comes out next year, and you don't hear from him as much anymore. I thought this quarterback tiers was, I thought they were really well done, as they typically are.
Okay, but first reaction.
I thought these tiers were expertly done.
You do not get to victory lap on something that hasn't happened yet.
And he's not hanging on for dear life. And yeah, he's down 2 spots and he's at the bottom of Tier 2. I mean, what if he goes out and has a year like he did 2 years ago? Is he still hanging on for dear life, Nick?
No, but they're over here victory lapping that next year he's already on Tier 3, which is factually incorrect. You don't know that. Okay, stage 1, Nick Wright. Are you ready for the, I won't call it a rebuttal, but the continuation sensation.
That's right.
On the part of, thank you, Colin Cowherd.
When Dak as a 4th rounder came in and the Cowboys had Zeke, who was the best back in the league, the best offensive line, an offensive coach, the division was kind of wonky, and they could spend money because they're paying Dak. Yeah, they were 3. And then the more they relied on him. Well, if you go to Brock Purdy's first year as a full-time starter, he had 4 Pro Bowlers on offense. Now their receiving core in this camp is a mess. And in his last 15 games, as the team got old, brittle, is losing defensive players, meaning they're in more shootouts. Do you know what Brock Purdy is in his last 15 games? He's 6-9, and they just paid him. So my take is, what Brock Purdy is going through, not only the last 15 games, but in this camp where all his receivers are gone or hurt, that's the real NFL, not Dak's rookie year or Brock's first 2 years.
Oh, Banana Land, why on earth is that the real NFL? Why is that the norm? The number 1 most injured team in the NFL last year, I'm told, is the norm. That's what everyone goes through. That's what all the good quarterbacks go through. In other words, do you see what Purdy haters do for a living which is they define people by their worst moments. And that's what I've never been able to stand about this entire conversation, because to be real with you, Dibs, it kind of triggers me into real life. I don't like human beings who judge others on their worst moments. You don't get to do that. You hear it all the time. Somebody will get off to a good start, right? Warriors last year, you're 12-3. Then you go through November or December or whatever the month was, and you have a bad month. And there's a line of people around the block to go see, oh, no, that's who they really are.
Right.
Why are they not also the person or the team that did the good stuff? Why? No, that's not real life. Real life is not your worst moments. The same way it's not your best moments. It's a blending of all of those things. And if you do blend all of those things through Brock's 3 years, you have zero argument that he's not a good quarterback.
Well, last year is an argument, but even at that, the thing that irked me about the Cowherd piece is, for one, it's so arbitrary when you draw the line at his last 15 starts. If you go back into the previous year, including the playoffs where he went to the Super Bowl, he's 15-11. So we chose 15 starts because that suited the narrative. We all do it. But I dismiss it as it should be dismissed when I do it. And the other thing he mentioned, he used a 4-letter word like 4 different times talking about camp. And the receivers are a mess in camp. Okay, what do you know about camp? It's August 13th. And they don't play a real game for, I think it's 24 days now? 25 days. I apologize.
31 minus 13 is 18
it's,
plus
3
7.
plus 4, 25.
Nice
so
job.
We all mathed it up together. So whatever you think about their receivers in camp and their team being brittle and their defense, falling apart and everyone leaving town, none of those things are factual and none of them matter in mid-August.
Remember Ocean's 11?
Yeah.
When George Clooney looks at Brad Pitt, you think we need one more? All right, I get you one more.
One more receiver?
Nope. One more piece of commentary.
Oh, God.
Back to Nick Wright.
The Brock Purdy folks are not going to be reasoned with. And I've said this before, but I will say it again. This is essentially a 6-year-long how do you view football war that started with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo won, but objectively was not that good. And some people were like, nope, he's a winner. He's got it. And there were those of us who were like, I actually think with that coaching and that talent and that scheme, you could throw almost anyone in there and they would be successful. And those folks were like, no, you can't. And by the way, how would you ever prove that? And then they put in literally the last player picked in the draft and added Christian McCaffrey. And instead of those folks being like, oh yeah, the talent, the scheme, and the coaching, they're like, nope, that guy's a superstar. And then those of us were like, no, he has this amazing team around him. And they said, well, how do you know he wouldn't do it if he didn't have that team around him? And then last year, he didn't have it around him. They won 6 games, and they're like, no, Brock Purdy's still great. Like, he's fine. He's overachieved for his draft status. I'm happy for him and his family. He got paid. But anybody that watches the NFL and thinks he is a force multiplier or he is a substantially that he is unfairly ranked at the 14, 15, 16 range. They're not open to the evidence that keeps pouring in year after year or game after game.
Just buckets of crap in these comments.
Make it stop.
First of all, don't add the 14, 15, 16. You don't get to do that. These particular tiers had him at number 14, and this is what you say, oh, Brock Purdy stands won't be reasoned with. Neither can you. Neither can you be reasoned with. Nick and Colin and the rest of you that continue to play this ridiculous, cycled game of thinking that you've proven something when you're actually putting words in other people's mouths that no one ever said. And this is the classic game they play. Oh, those Brock Purdy stands will keep yelling at you that he's a superstar. No one ever has said that.
Even you, the president of Brockistan.
None of us.
No.
Those tier 1 guys, I have never put his name in that group. Ever.
No, why would you?
If you want to say he might be 9th or 10th as opposed to 14th, let's have an adult conversation. If anybody's putting his name next to Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, That's silly. The same way any other QB in tier 2, tier 3, or otherwise does not belong in that conversation, and that has quorum. Nobody doesn't think that. So please stop putting those words in the mouths of the people who disagree with you, because no one is saying that. Classic debate tactic.
Yes, it's the snarling dog theory. And also, stop talking about how he benefits from this great coach and this great system, implying that nobody else does. And if you look at the teams over the last 6 years, the Niners are 60-40 with Jimmy and Brock. All the other teams that have better records, guess what? Great coaches, great systems, and an equal amount of great talent. It's not like he's the only one who's benefiting from a great team and a great coach. They all are.
I'm sorry, once again, Joe Burrow's record last year?
Yeah.
What did the Bengals do when they got to the playoffs? Forgot. That's right. That's the unanimous tier 1 QB, but we don't want to play the tier game or the results game when things go backwards with his defense. We don't want to do that.
They have a losing record over the last 6 years. 46, 52, and 1. The Niners have the 6th best record in the regular season. And the 5 teams ahead of them, great coaches, great systems.
All right, so who's the banana head? The Purdy stands, the Purdy haters? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. Coming up this afternoon, 4:30, the Valks got a game. Take on the Washington Mystics. You can hear the game on the Valks channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game at 4. We're 45 minutes away from unveiling the coolest team correspondent that the Bay Area has ever known. This is Willard and Dibs.
He sees things others don't see.
Purdy just executes what he's asked to execute at a really high level.
He spends hours and hours in the film room to find the nuggets.
He has way better mobility than people might think, and we've seen that a number of times, but he just knows how to play the position innately.
He's Greg Cosell from NFL Films, and he's on every Wednesday with Willard and Dibs.
Greg freaking Cosell right there.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7. The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or black berries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
The Good Guys 38th West Coast National, the crown jewel of hot rod. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Over 3,500 of the country's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trek trucks. A huge swap meet. A vendors midway. Check out the Pinstripers Brush Bash. Enjoy the free family fun zone, live music, and so much more. August 22nd through the 24th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Details at good-guys.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance for the Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove Grand Kitchen event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. You'll find the largest selection at the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Shop back-to-school deals at Whole Foods Market. Get 32% off select Applegate sliced lunch meats with Prime through August 19th. Stack your sandwiches with delectable turkey, smoky ham, and more delicious toppings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Here's another thing in this this constant Purdy thing that, and it goes both ways. Everybody hears what they want to hear, and it usually leads to like people getting, kind of hot and bothered by the other person's take. And I kind of heard it with what Nick Wright just said that we played, where it's like, I think you're hearing stuff that no one's saying. Nobody puts Brock Purdy in tier one. Nobody puts him next to Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Lamar. And then we get through saying that, and what fires through, Dibs, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line? Thank you so much for listening, 415. We really appreciate it. But here's your text that I would argue is proof that you are suffering from selective hearing. The text is, y'all are so bad. You're comparing Brock to Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow took a team from worst to first, and Brock could never do that. Daryl in San Francisco. First of all, I personally believe Brock's going to do that this year. Second of all, both of them have taken a team to the Super Bowl. But third of all, ain't nobody compared Brock Purdy to Joe Burrow. What I just did was compare the situations and asked, if you're going to use these tiers, and if you're going to use last year, Brock's worst moments, to define his entire career, and the fact that the 49ers lost more games than they've won and didn't make the playoffs, why are you not doing that with somebody who was a unanimous tier one who sits in the same boat? Why does that not apply to Joe Burrow? Why did he not win all the games, even though his defense sucked just like Brock Purdy's did? Why? Why does that only apply to Brock? That's my question.
That's right.
Not comparing the two, other than to say the situation, why does it get hung around Brock's neck and not somebody who's in tier 1.
It goes back to good old draftism. And your guy even made mention to that. I think Nick Wrong, we like to call him around these parts, and Mr. Wrong even talked about how he tried to give him his flowers, saying, well, he's already outplayed his draft position. Who gives a crap about how you play relative to your draft position? If you're drafted in the top 5 and you stink, or let's just say you were drafted number 12, and you happen to go to New England, and your name is Mac Jones, and you're not very good, well, you don't get to stay just because you were drafted number 12, and darn it, we're going to make sure you're great. And Trey Lance here, he has not lived up to his draft potential, and so it's a miss. And I don't think you can apply the same thing to somebody who outplays their draft position, because if you get drafted at the very end of the entire thing and you're good, well, then the other team should feel bad because they missed on you.
I mean, there's so many examples of this. We live in the Bay Area. Joe Montana was a 3rd-round pick. Are you happy with just being well, he outplayed his draft status, or are you allowed to go be more? And Tom Brady, 6th-round pick. Are you allowed to go be more? Or are you supposed to just settle for that? I'm better than my draft status. Let's leave it at that. Let's stop having conversations. Let's stop having debate, and let's stop being open-minded to what we're actually seeing out there. So for me, again, the bottom line on this, and then we'll go to the phones. We'd love to hear from all of you, 888-957-9570. The bottom line for me is I'm not running from the fact that Brock's year was nowhere near as good last year, and I think there are many reasons for that, and some are on his shoulders and some are not. A bad defense around him, sure, injuries, whether you want to talk about offensive line play, whatever it is. But I am not big on defining whether it's a sports career or a friend. I am not big on defining people by their worst moments. So you do not get to use last year to erase the previous 2. That's a no from me, dog.
Well, and those weren't even his lowest moments. I think his lowest moments were Christmas the year before, where
that's a good point.
He flat out stunk in that game. And yeah, there was a tip pass, and we had this debate with Cosell, and he was wrong, and I can't wait to talk to him again this year because
Greg Cosell's never wrong.
He's not always right. He's never wrong, but he's not always right. So you go ahead and figure that one out. And that was the night where he flat out stunk, and he lost the MVP. And what did he do? He bounced back and made it to the Super Bowl. So, you're never as good as your greatest moments. You're never as bad as your worst moments. And I think a lot about golf when I, ponder that very idea, because I've had moments of absolute pure greatness in the brightest of lights, making birdie on one of the toughest par 4s on the planet. And then I can give you 1,000 examples of, me making a snowman or taking a 9 or hitting 3 straight in the water or 4 putting and the rest of it.
What was the
number 8, Pebble Beach, over the chasm.
Oh, yeah.
You got to drive it out, not too far.
Dude, no, that
Second
hole.
shot, which is about 100-yard force carry over. You die.
I fed the Pacific Ocean on that hole.
Oh, yeah?
I fed it.
I made birdie.
I'm here, take my ball. That's just intimidating. Completely intimidating. That's a good birdie.
It's an amazing birdie.
Not a bad.
If that was me, then I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be at Olympic right now playing in the USAM. But I'm not. Because you cannot judge somebody by their greatest or their worst. You're right about that.
All right, 888-957-9570. We're about to go to the phones, but again, just for those of you just joining us, again.
No more.
Well, no.
You have to. I get it.
Take a listen. This is just one of the pieces in the debate between Colin Cowherd and Nick Wright on FS1.
The Brock Purdy folks are not going to be reasoned with. And I've said this before, but I will say it again. This is essentially a 6-year-long how do you view football war that started with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo won, but objectively was not that good. And some people were like, nope, he's a winner. He's got it. And there were those of us who were like, I actually think with that coaching and that talent and that scheme, you could throw almost anyone in there and they would be successful. And those folks were like, no, you can't. And by the way, how would you ever prove that? And then they put in literally the last player picked in the draft and added Christian McCaffrey. And instead of those folks being like, oh yeah, the talent, the scheme, and the coaching, they're like, nope, that guy's a superstar. And then those of us were like, no, he has this amazing team around him. And they said, well, how do you know he wouldn't do it if he didn't have that team around him? And then last year, he didn't have it around him. They won 6 games, and they're like, no, Brock Purdy's still great. Like, he's fine. He's overachieved for his draft status. I'm happy for him and his family. He got paid. But anybody that watches the NFL and thinks he is a force multiplier or he is a substantially, that he is unfairly ranked at the 14, 15, 16 range. They're not open to the evidence that keeps pouring in year after year or game after game.
It's kind of funny because he has an initial point when he's talking about like the X post on Jimmy Garoppolo. You can have that take. My issue there is that you're comparing the two and acting like they're the same thing. And anybody who's watched 49er football knows that Brock Purdy elevates from Jimmy Garoppolo. Brock's worst year last year probably would have been about Jimmy's best. So, and again, this whole idea that, well, you could stick anybody in there, then how come it didn't work with Trey Lance? How come it didn't work with C.J. Beathard? How come it didn't work with Nick Mullins? How come it doesn't work with just anyone if you keep saying that you can stick just anyone in there? Why can't we look back on Jimmy and go, yup, he got elevated, and then therefore it turned out long-term and with other teams, that hasn't been a great fit. That disproves nothing from his time with the Niners, but also has nothing to do with a completely new team, new roster around him, new player, where they throw the ball a lot more, put up a hell of a lot more stats through the air, all of those things. They're not the same player. They should not be used in an argument against one another.
Agreed, and there's a couple other things about what he said, and then we'll go to the phones. I know people are lining up left and right, but the idea of a force multiplier, that always leaves me a little bit hollow because you could look at Patrick Mahomes. Is he a force multiplier, meaning he takes whatever he has and he makes them better? I'll give you that.
I think so.
Josh Allen would be the same. You know, he's had a lot of turnover in his skill positions. Beyond that, I wouldn't call Joe Burrow a force multiplier. He's got the number 1 overall fantasy pick, and he's got another unbelievable receiver, and not to even mention Yoshi Vash, and he's got a coach and a great scheme. He's had a great running game, and they went 9-8. Yep. So the whole idea of force multiplier is one point, and the other one, the thing that he led off with there, and I'm trying to get his voice down. I need a little bit more time. There's something there. It's part like squawking waterfowl and part like Squidward, which I know many people have said he looks like. He kind of has that nasally sound as well.
A little bit.
But the other thing about a 6-year, I don't think he said indictment, but a 6-year case study on how you see football. And that really is interesting because I don't see football through the lens of the quarterback tiers. It's an interesting piece, and I like what Mike Sando does, but you can be the 14th best quarterback, Brock Purdy, and go to a Super Bowl. You could be Joe's tied for 1. Mm-hmm. You could be tied for first and go 9-8 because football is football.
Right, because your defense matters, your offensive line matters, your everything matters. Devon, who's in an Uber. What's up, Devon? Thank you for calling.
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
What's up? Appreciate your call.
Hey, yeah. So I think that a lot of what Nick said, although maybe he didn't deliver it in the best way, I think a lot of what he said is valid if you're able to see and hear all the voices that spoke on Brock, right? I do recall hearing Brock from not only from fans but from outlets, media outlets, that he's a top 5 QB, that he's this, and that, and they're praising him, and, they're like, he's the reason the Niners are good. Not necessarily the Niners are good, it's like he's the reason. And I think that a lot of people that aren't biased for Brock, that are biased against him or just neutral, do want to see, I'm somebody that's neutral. I would like to see if he can kind of lead his team when he doesn't have the shiniest objects, the golden pieces, because I think that's what separates some of the elite quarterbacks, in the history of the game. Tom didn't have the prettiest weapons all the time, but what did he do with it? He didn't have the shiniest defenders, but some of them stepped up. So hopefully the Niners can step up, and help him out, because it does take a team as a former player. But I think Brock, it's like there's a safety net around him. That's what I don't like.
Hey, Devon, can I ask you? So I don't want to interrupt, but can I ask you a question? What's the motivation behind wanting to see Brock shine with bad stuff happening around him if, and I don't want to speak for you, if you're a 49er fan? Wouldn't you just rather the 49ers have a good year?
So I think on a level, to answer your question, I'm not a Niner fan, but I don't care who's a
dang it.
When we got KD.
There you are. Okay, we lost you for a second, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. Reboot.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying, so I'm a Warrior fan, right?
Okay.
When he got KD, I didn't care that we had the best talent. I wanted to win. I didn't care, and when we suck, let me not say suck, like when we're not
You're good.
We just want to win. So I get that aspect. But I guess from a fan standpoint, for legacy purposes, and I know some people hate that word, we want to see, okay, we know you're we know you're happy and joyful when you have the money. Are you happy and joyful when you're broke? Are you that kind of player, or are you just that? And if this is all you are, that's fine. I think he's a good quarterback. I wouldn't say elite, but I think he's really good. And the beauty of it, what I don't like, for the people that are super biased before I go, it's like give him. They're trying to cap his ceiling already. That's what I don't like. He's barely been in the league. Give him a chance and allow his story to continue. So, I do agree with a lot of what Nick's saying, but I think that I think people are unfair on both sides. What do you guys?
I mean, that's probably true on almost any argument. Devon, thanks. I
don't hear what Nick was saying. People are saying, and you and I do this 20 hours a week, and we all have friends who are fans, and we talk this stuff out all day, every day. I don't hear that top 5 chatter.
Neither do I.
I hear people say he's great. And I do think that he is great. Last year wasn't so much, but that's the part of it where, it's like the dog that comes over and you're just sitting there and he pokes you with his nose and then you turn over and then it's like, I didn't do anything. I mean, you want to play, obviously, and so you're going to pick a fight with me. That's what this is.
Well, and I'm a Niner fan, so I have no interest in trying to prove anything to everyone. That's the piece of this debate that I really don't necessarily enjoy. Are we really heading to the television set every weekend trying to prove someone else wrong? Or are we trying to see the 49ers win a football game? I don't need Brock to be Super Bowl MVP. I would like the 49ers to win a Super Bowl. I would like him to be the quarterback because that means things are going well for the 49ers quarterback, and I don't like it when my favorite team is on the search for a quarterback. But I don't need superstar numbers. I don't need any of this stuff. I'm not watching the game with the hopes that I can come in here Monday morning and prove somebody in Pinole wrong. I'm just trying to see the Niners win. So therefore, I do not want this thing that everyone keeps asking for, which is I want to see Brock be a dog when everything around him is wrong. I don't want everything around him to be wrong.
Right.
That's not...
not everything was around him wrong last year, but a lot. And,
a lot.
You had a special teams coordinator who lost his job, a defensive coordinator who lost his job, a defense that was porous, multiple guys with family tragedy, a gunshot victim, an injury. So many things were wrong, and you could look at that and say, well, see, Brock Purdy couldn't do it. He couldn't do it when everything went bad around him. And then you look at actually how his year was. His year was fine, to use Nick Wright's word. His year last year was fine. And so, like you said earlier, you can't judge him at his best or at his worst. And so that's why I think this year is so interesting. It's not going to be like it was 2 years ago. They don't have that roster. Your coordinator should be better. Your schedule should be a touch lighter. And so let's go, Brock. Let's see what you can do this year now that you got that money.
I'm glad that you brought up, actually, that Christmas Day game 2 seasons ago where he was so bad against the Baltimore Ravens. Because, yes, going into that game, I'd argue that that was, quote, his best moment. And you're right that I don't want to judge him based on that either. He went into that game basically in the race to win NFL MVP.
Wow.
Okay? That's a year and a half ago and change. NFL MVP. And he absolutely had a terrible performance. And the Niners had a terrible performance. And they basically didn't even get us a second half to watch when we were all filled up with ham. So, that was a huge bummer. But as you pointed out, then he ended up in the Super Bowl. But I don't want, that's not my bar. the bar is NFL MVP. Similarly, the bottom bar is not going to be, I'm going to hang around you that in your last 15 games, you're 6-9, when your run defense was 29th in the NFL, all of your receivers were hurt, and McCaffrey is hurt, and you had special teams mishaps that were blowing games early in the season. All of these things that happen, those are true too. Like, come on, get off of the high and get off of the low and get to the middle, where, as you just pointed out, if this is your disgusting performance last year, if your disgusting performance is 3,900 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks, and a QB rating of 96.1, if that's your gross...
Wait, 96.1.
96.1.
Unacceptable.
If that is what, you're 16th in the league, you're barely hanging on to tier 2. If that's your low, what are you talking about?
Well, if that is your low, then yeah, sign him for 5 more years. If a QB rating of 96.1 is his low point, then the contract they just signed is going to be a bargain by the time you get to that final year, because that's a good quarterback rating, not elite. And I know some of the advanced metrics like EPA, which is estimated points added. Every play is graded on how much better it would have been than the league average. I think he was top 3 in EPA among quarterbacks, even though he didn't have the eye-popping number. So even the advanced metrics would tell you that Brock Purdy wasn't terrible last year.
No, not terrible. And I mean, again, I don't think this is necessarily the end-all, be-all at all. But if people do want to, because numbers are numbers, if you want to play with that number that just came up, then yes, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Bo Nix, Aaron Rodgers, and others, Caleb Williams, C.J. Stroud, they were all below that number last year. They were all below that number just last year.
Quarterback rating.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mahomes and Stafford, 2 of the QB tier 1 guys, had a worse rating than Purdy in what is apparently Purdy's worst year and now defining moment, I guess.
Sure. And if you look at the guys who are above him, playing off of what Nick Wright was saying, you had Lamar Jackson, a great quarterback and a great system.
Yep.
Goff's offensive coordinator got a head coaching job because he was so good. Burrow, we've already talked about. Zach Taylor's a great offensive mind. Baker Mayfield in Tampa has an unbelievable group of skill set guys, yet we don't hold that against Baker, do we?
No.
The fact that he's got Mike Evans, who's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Chris Godwin's a top 25 receiver in the league. Tampa Bay's got, your crush at running back, Bucky Irving.
Love him.
Yeah, but we don't look at Tampa and say, well, I mean, of course, Baker. How could you not? Baker plays against the NFC South. Baker's got 1,000-catch guy, another amazing guy, talent up the wahoo.
Yep.
But we put that on Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy was drafted last.
The list of QBs that played 15 or more games last year that had a better QB rating than Brock Purdy is Jordan Love, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Sam Darnold, Jalen Hurts, Baker Mayfield, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson.
Find the bad.
That's your list.
Find me the bad coach. Find me the bad system.
None. Find me the bad QB. None. There aren't any. Malachi in Livermore. Hi, Malachi. Appreciate your call. What's up?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
You got you.
Hey, awesome. Cool. Yeah, so I agree with you. I'm from the Bay. I'm a San Francisco homer. I don't think Brock is an elite status at all. But I'm kind of tired of this argument about him last year not taking the team when they went 6-11. When he took them into the fourth quarter, he gave the Niners a lead, and the defense blew it. They easily could have been 9-8, and this would be a different conversation. That's all I got to say about Brock, guys. I'll just listen to the answer off the air. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, Malachi, thanks. And again, I'm going to circle back there to what we sort of said right at the start of this conversation, which I think so much of this comes from people wanting to grab arguments by putting words into others' mouths that no one's saying. So if the entire point of this debate from Colin and Nick is that people who think that Brock Purdy is a top 5 QB are nuts, you're right. They are. I don't know that they exist, but if you want to make a cartoon and find those people, then great, have a blast.
I'm being told his lovely bride, mother of their child, has him at 6. So there you go.
Probably,
I got sources.
Probably true.
Thank you.
It's probably true.
Sorry, honey, I got you at 6.
Yeah. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here for your calls, 888-957-9570. And in 20 minutes, the most amazing team correspondent in the history of Bay Area sports gets unveiled. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
With the Pettinelli Financial Partners 10th Annual Tournament to Support Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area, committed to providing resources and activities for local families touched by autism. Sponsored in part by Atco Pest Control. This year's event offers a chance to golf with 95.7 The Game favorites and local sports celebrities. Have your company co-sponsor the event or get details on how you can play. Search 10th Annual Pettinelli Golf at Harding Park.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
The fasten seatbelt sign.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel well.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Right now, your first month is free when you join our medically supervised weight loss program. Our licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications, to help you see real results. No insurance? No problem. We have options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. This first month free offer ends soon, so call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Febreze.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zycam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zycam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zycam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Are you kidding me? Take all that other stuff and do something with it.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Here's another one. You want another one?
And another one.
415. It's interesting that y'all use his rating and not his QBR. This is on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text.
Fair. I think QBR is better than quarterback rating.
He said ... horrible. Okay, fine. Let's use QBR. He's number 7 in the league.
Timeout.
Last year.
No chance.
Last year. 6-11. Number 7 in the league on QBR.
That's why you're using QBR. Because you knew it'd make him look good. It's the only reason why you read that text.
Lamar, Josh, Joe, Jaden, Jordan, Jared.
Stop with the J's.
Brock Purdy, number 1 non-J name in the NFL. Not kidding.
Purdy.
Jackson, Josh, Joe, Jaden, Jordan, Jared, and then Brock. That's QBR. That's the adjusted number developed by ESPN.
Which is a more, I think, indicative number of your overall performance.
Great, so he was even better than we thought he was. Thank you, 415, for texting that in. Good on you, because Brock's stock just went up because of your text.
Brock stock soaring.
I liked what you said there when we were, because sometimes the show just keeps going into the break. That happens.
Yep.
You know the podcast that I've always wanted to do, the breaks. Because, man, that's where the salacious stuff comes.
Yeah, we found out some stuff about director of sports during the break.
Oh, yeah. There was
that off the air.
Story about a girl. But
and
anyway,
food.
Yeah, and food. And baseball. But anyway,
there was yelling.
Yeah, we may get the story on the air later today. We're working on it. We've had our people call his people. But anyway, that's like you brought up the idea, and I've long thought about this, for instance, and I feel like this comes up a lot in Heisman Trophy debates, okay? They want that Heisman candidate, especially a quarterback, you got to win your biggest game. And I don't think that that's a crazy thing to want. But if you're a quarterback and you lose that game 49-47, I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you did wrong that day? What did you do? Okay, this is very Logan Webb-esque. If you go 8 innings and give up 1 run and you lose, what is it that you did wrong? And so football's got 2 sides of the ball. And you brought up the fact that, for example, this was just the first one that popped into my mind, but when they blow the game against Seattle, where Geno Smith gets the ball in his hands with 1.5 minutes to go and hot knife through Butters against a bad defense and wins the game essentially at the buzzer, what is it that the quarterback did there to not win the game? And please, don't do a good quarterback would have been up by 14.
That's right.
Don't do that. It's professional sports. Don't do that. You know, what is it against the Rams? With all of the special teams blunders, with all of the pass interferences, and all of the Ronnie Bell drops, what is it that the quarterback in that case did wrong to then have his record weaponized against him? That's my only issue. I'm not here boo-hooing or anything like that. I just don't want to see that record keep getting weaponized against him when we're sitting here looking at all of the facts and the data that would suggest that while Brock was not as good last year, don't let that tell you that he was bad.
Right.
It wasn't.
Just because they went 6-9 in his starts doesn't mean that he was 6-9 awful. And the previous caller, I don't think it was Zebediah or Zechariah. It was
Malachi.
Thank you. I knew it was semi-biblical.
Malachi.
But he pointed out the blown leads, and you mentioned 2 of the 3 fourth quarter blown leads, and the biggest one was against Arizona, where you go into the fourth quarter, you're up 23-13. The Niners didn't score in the fourth quarter, and that's not good. And that's on Brock as much as it's on everybody. But the defense gives up 11, and you lose. In the Seattle one, I'm just looking at it here. You had to punt with 2:45 to go. Seattle had 1 timeout. Complete, incomplete, sack. Geno scrambles for 16, complete, scramble, touchdown, game, night. So, hot knife through butter. And it was Metcalf and Walker and Smith and Jigba and the whole crew. And the big one was Geno goes for 16 on 2nd and 13. That's on you, Brock. That's on you. Because you couldn't contain Geno Smith on a broken play where it was 2nd and long and he got 16. Should he have put it away? Sure. You have a fourth quarter lead. You'd like to think you win the game, but you didn't. And so the defense can't hold them. And that loss goes on the quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, again, like this, sure. The numbers, and we're as guilty of this as anyone, I get it. The numbers can be twisted any way you want it. But it's when things start getting way over here or way over there where I'm like, well, hold on a second. Now that's where numbers can actually come into play. Because you can give me some numbers if you want, whether they're team stats, whether they're touchdown to interception ratio. You can give me numbers that like aren't sparkly for Brock. I can give you some numbers that are. Whatever this adjusted QBR stat is, there's not a person listening to our voices, including you and me, that could explain exactly what the adjusted QBR algorithm is.
The formula?
I have no freaking idea. But I believe someone when they tell me that it allows for taking QB rating and then putting some context to it that essentially makes it even more applicable to how that quarterback played. I'll believe someone when they say that. So I can give you sparkly, you can give me not sparkly, and I think that those are all fair. What you can't do is go way over here. You can't go way over here and go, so Brock sucked last year. You can't do that. You can't go way over here and say, we win. All of the people who thought Brock was the number 3 QB in the league are wrong. Nobody thought that. Nobody ever said that. Nobody thought it. I think there were moments in the almost MVP year where people, self-included, would get excited and use words like great, which I don't even necessarily think are not applicable yet. But is that a visual of getting excited in a moment where one of the best quarterback seasons we've ever seen, we're taking certainly the best one in recent memory for the 49ers were happening? Sure. That's all part of the ebb and flow of a season. But you can't take these now 2.5 seasons or whatever exactly. You cannot take anything there and sort of make the case that Purdy is threatening to be a bottom half of the league quarterback, which is what Nick was saying.
Basically, he's holding on to tier 2 and 14, 15, 16, which would put him at the bottom of the top half. And if he has a year this year like he did last year, he might fall to tier 3, and that would be unfortunate depending on how it goes. And it's basically based on 50 experts' opinion. This is not the definitive end-all, be-all assessment from everyone. And the thing that I always have to remind myself about these conversations is all of this is so contextual, because Brock Purdy is asked to do many things that Joe Burrow is not asked to do. And likewise, Joe Burrow is asked to do different things than Brock Purdy is asked to do. Burrow is asked to go out there and throw for 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns if possible, get it to our guys, throw it a ton, and really carry the offense. They went 9-8 last year. Brock Purdy's asked to distribute, run the offense, control the ground game, throw it less, be highly, highly efficient, read the defense, and he went 6-11. Mm-hmm. But the previous year, trying to do the same exact things, they went 13-3 or 12-5, and they went to the Super Bowl. So every situation is different, Mark.
Totally. No, and you know what's interesting also is we're like bouncing around and numbers are numbers and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
You know how you're always kind of like, hey, the Niners don't really rely on the passing game as much as other teams. And I think, by the way, that is sometimes something people bring up in this conversation, which I actually think to a degree is fair, where some will say, okay, let's go to other teams. Maybe this is maybe a better way to say it, rather than what they do, which is like, he had a bunch of all-pros around him, as if Joe Burrow doesn't have 2 bajillionaires as wide receivers. But there are other teams where more is asked of the quarterback. The quarterback is more the central focus. This is one of the reasons I do love Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson so much. You watch those 2 teams play, and you're like, oh my God, like you're the team. They look like they're the team by themselves, which is why I'm so impressed by them. But would it sort of surprise you if I clicked on another number, which for quarterbacks last year, a simple one, yards per game. Yards per game.
Not per attempt, per game.
Yards per game. And would it absolutely blow your doors off to know that, again, if we go by quarterbacks who played 15 or more games last year, Brock was number 4 in the league.
Yeah, that's part of the problem to me.
That's too much. Exactly.
Yep, exactly.
That's not what they're trying to do.
Show me where Jalen Hurts was on that list. He probably was about 17th.
Good Lord, I got to scroll.
Yeah.
Scroll. Jalen Hurts. Oh, my God, I can't even find him.
Yeah.
I can't even find him.
And that is my point about not only the tiers, because Jalen Hurts is higher than Brock, and he should be, but also how this is not a fair fight when you have this conversation, because last year, Philadelphia ran the ball almost 200 more times than they passed it, because you couldn't stop Saquon Barkley, you couldn't stop Hurts and the tush push, so why throw it? What's the point of throwing it? They threw it less than any other team in the National Football League last year, and they won the Super Bowl.
I found him.
30th? He's down there.
Technically,
Yeah.
but that includes all the people who played like 2 games. You know what I mean?
What did he throw for, about 210 a game?
Less.
Oh, wow.
Under 200.
Under 200.
Under 200. Jalen Hurts threw for 193.5 yards per game. Brock Purdy, 257.6.
Right, and that's my point about the Shanahan style, and we can get into this more after our special visit from our correspondent, but the Niners need balance. It's not a knock on Brock. It's the way Shanahan thrives.
Coming up this afternoon to 4:30, speaking of those Valkyries, they take on the Washington Mystics. Big game they all are now, and you can hear it right here on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts in exactly... what do we got here? About 47 minutes, okay? Pregame on KPIX. We're also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. When you talk about superfans, when you talk about correspondents for a team, there has never been one like this, I would argue, in the history of Bay Area sports. But there is now, starting next on Willard Dibs.
Speeding is dangerous. To other drivers, to people walking or biking, speeding catches up with you. Tickets, crashes, or even worse, slow the fast down. Safe speeds save lives. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Hey, Dan Dibley here to talk about safe banking, and it's Fremont Bank, the best bank that you could possibly go to. It's the best bank on town, and they got 21 branches right here in the Bay Area, and you too should be a customer of Fremont Bank, much like I am, and I have been now for a very long time, almost 7 years with Fremont Bank, and I'm happy to be a part of a family-owned bank that has that family-owned feel. They care about the community, and they empower their community. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it into home ownership and philanthropy and jobs and everything else that makes our Bay Area tick. And they are one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations as well. They keep the money local when you deposit it there, and the money works all around all of us. As I mentioned, 21 branches throughout the Bay Area. You should go in and see exactly for yourself what I talk about when I mention full-service banking with no compromises. Get out of your big box bank. Get to a local bank. It's Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
we finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 that is so much more than a flip phone, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is quite a moment.
Quite a moment.
On multiple fronts.
So many fronts.
Again, we got Valkyries action coming up at 4:30 today against the Washington Mystics. You can hear the whole thing on our dedicated Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just go on there and search Valkyries, and then bang, you'll be able to tune into the game. But along those lines, a couple of things that we would like to unveil right now on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
First of which is our brand spanking shiny new weekly Valkyries superfan correspondent. This person is tapped in to the fandom of the Valkyries like no other. We hope that you've heard of him. He goes by the name Brandon Pajemski, Valkyries superfan and correspondent, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Brandon, you there?
Yes, I am.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. Just chilling, get ready for this game tonight.
All right, and then the other thing that we're going to see, you guys let me know when it pops and we're ready to rock, but we are going to have Brandon Pajemski not only on the air, but on the YouTube stream.
Pods is on the tube?
That's right. So not only do you get to hear Pods, superfan correspondent Valkyries, but if you get over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/957 The Game, you can see Pods on the stream. So Pods, I hope you brushed the hair.
Yeah, curls are looking good.
Always. The curls are always popping.
Hey, man, what's kind of just your overall view of the way this season has gone? I loved a lot of the players saying this not a surprise to us, even though it's kind of a surprise to everybody else that they're playing this well this fast. What do you think?
I mean, it's definitely super impressive. I know that the last expansion team, I think, was the Chicago Sky, and they only won, I think, 4 or 5 games. And for us to be triple that right now is really impressive. Natalie and the staff have done a great job. But I think all the players are just using this as an opportunity to showcase to the rest of the league what they can do. A lot of them didn't have those same opportunities with their previous teams. And so they're just, taking advantage of an opportunity.
You've been so front and center, and it's been awesome to see. I was just wondering if this is a new experience for you, or are you kind of an OG when it comes to women's basketball?
I wouldn't say I'm an OG, but I definitely follow it just because, playing basketball in the offseason, there's only so much you can watch. It really comes down to baseball and women's hoops. And so I kind of just fell into it coincidentally. But I've enjoyed it. I think I've been watching it for like 5-6 years now. And so it's been an enjoyment. And now that we have, basketball in the Bay year round, it's really cool to be a part of.
No doubt. So, superfan correspondent, he's always right there in the front row, rocking every single game, just about. That's Brandon Pajemski joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Brandon, I really dig this aspect of their story. Not that she got hurt, but the fact that they've still held it together. Kayla Thornton goes out with a season-ending injury, and the team is still able to hold it together. How does a team do that when essentially their best player goes out?
I mean, you got to try to do it by committee. Everybody has to step up a little bit. You can't just put it on one person's shoulders to do more. Everybody's doing a lot collectively. So I think that's just what the mindset has been. But they're a team that finds different ways to win every night. And I think, we hang our hat on the defensive end. And I think even though KT has been out, we've done a great job of, weathering the storm per se and finding ways to win.
How much does the atmosphere at Valhalla help this team? 10-5 at home, and you're front and center, and you've got 18,000 of your closest friends right behind you. How much does that atmosphere help this team have a real home court advantage?
Nah, it's electric. It's definitely something that I love being a part of. The noise in there is a different type of noise than what we have with our games. It almost feels louder most of the time. But it's really cool to see, I think we have 15 home games so far, and we've had all sellouts, all 15. So just to see the support that the Valkyries are getting in year one is really impressive.
By the way, we want to remind everybody again, Brandon is not just speaking to us over the air. He is also visible on YouTube. If you want to go check out our YouTube stream, you'll see Brandon there. By the way, where are you sitting, man? You look like you're sitting in the backyard just hanging out somewhere.
Yeah, I'm in Orlando. I'm just, doing a bunch of my workouts this summer here in Orlando. So I'm just outside enjoying the weather.
Looking good, man. Looking good.
Looks muggy today.
Yeah. Well, I think that's how it works. I want to go back to the statement you just made, though, with regard to sort of the energy in the building for Valkyrie's games and how you said it almost sounds even a little bit louder for their games than it does for yours, right? It's a little bit of a different audience, different vibe, and different time in each team's history. But how would you compare the way it feels to be on the floor for the Warriors versus in the seats for the Valkyries?
I think as a player, you're so in tune and locked in the game. A lot of people don't know, like, when you're playing the game, you don't really feel how loud it is. And you don't really see many people in the crowd just because of how the lights are. And you're so locked in on what you're trying to accomplish. You don't really feel the noise. You're just trying to keen in on you and your teammates. But as a fan, when you get to really, sit back and not have to worry about anything on the floor and you can just, be a fan, you can tell the noise is different. Obviously, the crowd is very much different. Valkyrie's games are more, family-oriented. You see a lot of mom, dad, and kids. Where our games, it's usually not as much of that. So the audience is different, and you know how kids are. They hear other kids cheering, so they just want to cheer even if they don't really know what's going on. So that brings in more noise, as that is too. And so it's definitely different, but the product they've produced has been really, amazing for me at least.
No, it's fun for all of us to watch, and we start to lock in on every game. And one thing that has struck me is the physicality of the league, and you're right there courtside, and you're seeing a lot of it, and the players have had their complaints with the officiating. What do you make of just how physical this game is and how they're trying to rein it in?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love the intensity that all the ladies across the league bring. But like I said before, we especially hang our hat on defense. And, to see, Veronica and KT when she was out there really being point of attack and, just upping the intensity and the physicality and setting the tone and, really making a statement like this is who we are. I think it's important, especially as a new team in the league and especially a team that's trying to make the playoffs.
He is our new, shiny Valkyries superfan correspondent, Brandon Pajemski, here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but assuming the Valks are able to make it into the playoffs, they're in a slot right now. The first round, because a lot of people, as you know, there's a lot of education around WNBA for Bay Area fans. The first round of the WNBA playoffs is a little unique or quirky. It's a 3-game series with the better seed hosting the first two. So if the Valkyries were able to go on the road and win one of the first two, that would set up kind of a do-or-die advance situation at Chase Center. What do you think about that setup and who it kind of benefits, the lower or the higher seed?
I think, honestly, it benefits the lower seed, at least in my opinion, how I would look at it, just because, all you have to do is sneak one. Like, you ain't supposed to win. And so if you're able to just sneak one, now it puts the higher seed, not at a disadvantage, but pressure on them. Like, okay, they just stole one at our place. Now we have to win game 3 or we're going to lose a series. So I think it benefits the lower seed. And obviously we probably are going to be, 5 through 8, just reality. And so I think it helps us because I know we can win on the road and I know we can especially win at home.
Is that the mentality you guys took into Houston? I know it's best of 7, a little different, but just, the idea of get a split and get control. And so as you look at a possible Valkyries series, it's really the same mentality you guys had going to Houston.
Yeah, I think, both Houston and Minnesota, both being on the road to start the series, our goal was just to get 1 out of 2. Obviously, in Houston, we were able to get both at home, which would helped us. But it was just try to get 1 out of 2. We got game 1 both times. And so I think that could be a similar mindset for the Valkyries. Just try to get 1. Obviously, if you get the first one, it makes the second one a little bit easier, per se. You don't put as much pressure on trying to get that one. But, yeah, it doesn't matter where you're at. You just try to get 1.
My man, did it just start to rain out there in Orlando?
Yeah, it's crazy now.
Muggy.
So, yep. There's Florida for you. Pods has moved inside. Brandon Pajemski with us here on Willard Dibs. Hey, I want to ask you about Tiffany Hayes. She has a career mark, right? She passes Cheryl Swoops on the all-time WNBA scoring list. I wanted to let you comment on that. What do you think that says about Tiffany's career as a whole?
I think it's just, oh my God, lightning. I think it's amazing, just what she's been able to do. I think she's been in the league, over a decade now. Coming over from, I believe, the Aces, just to see the leadership she's brought to the team. It's been amazing, especially for the young ladies that we have on the team. But her just being consistent, always showing up, offense, defense, kind of whatever the team needs. It's been impressive to watch.
And you've had a good chance to look at the coach, Natalie Nakase, and her coaching style, and she could be fiery at times. What have you made of the way she's approached this team and how the squad has responded to Coach?
Yeah, you could tell that she came from Vegas. She has a little bit of Becky Hammond in her. You can tell her fieriness, competitiveness, just how she coaches, the style of play that we play offensively, defensively. It kind of mirrors, Becky a little bit. But I think it was really a joy to see, for me at least. Just her mindset wasn't just being satisfied with just a new team and expecting to lose. She wanted to come in and win games, and that's what she expected. And I think the players have followed suit with that, and our record reflects it.
All right, Pods. Violet has hatched. Are you excited to meet Violet at the next home game for the Valkyries?
I'm very excited. Unfortunately, I wasn't there 2 nights ago against Connecticut, but I'm looking forward to meeting Violet and, having a good time.
I mean, did you almost take offense? I think a lot of people thought you were the Valkyries mascot.
No, I didn't take offense to it, but I do think it's super dope that we have a mascot. It's pretty cool to see how we introduced it. That was pretty special. I was watching the game on Monday and how we introduced it at halftime. That was pretty cool. And so, I think we're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger when it comes to Valkyries and Bay Area.
It's such an incredible brand, and you're becoming a definite part of it. When do we get you back out here? You've got Sunday and Tuesday, and then after that, end of the month, some more home games. When do we get Pods courtside again for the Valks?
Trying to get back out there for the end of the month. Obviously, I just got cleared for, to be back 100%. So I'm just trying to. This is really my off season right now because I didn't have it, in June and July because of my surgery. So I'm really trying to, get back to it.
All right, we do want to remind everybody that you do still play for the Golden State Warriors.
Oh,
so
that's right.
Yeah, I thought with the schedule coming out this week, and we do know a couple of games. Let's get a reaction to opening at the Lakers. I see that the Nuggets will be your home opener, and then the Dallas Mavericks and Cooper Flagg and whoever else on Christmas Day. What are your thoughts?
Excited, big time teams, playoff teams, championship level teams that we get to play. The NBA is really good at scheduling, marquee games that people want to watch. And I think those 3 that you named are going to be really fun for us. Really good, chance to see what we're made of, especially early on. But I think we'll be ready for it.
And the Cup games got released also today, and tomorrow the full schedule will come out. Is that something that you and other players get excited about, or is it just, the schedule's out, I'll take a look at it?
No, I definitely get excited for it. I'm one of those weird people that memorizes our schedule as soon as it comes out. So just so I always mentally know, like, hey, where I'm going to be in case I need to let family know if I'm in town. So I'm one of those people that just memorizes it, what road trips we have. When I go back to Milwaukee, obviously, is important to me. But just all those little types of things.
Okay, so when you join us next week, we're going to have you put on a blindfold and we're going to test you. We'll go through all 82. Let's do it.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Hey, Pods, thanks for doing it, man. Great to catch up with you, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Cool. We'll talk to you guys next week. Go Valks tonight.
Yeah, stay dry, Pods.
Yeah, game coming up in an hour. There's Brandon Pajemski. He's going to be on each week. We're shooting for Wednesdays around 3 p.m. normally based on his availability. Valkyries and Mystics today at 4:30. Download the Odyssey app. and search Valkyries to listen to the game and all games. Valkyries return home on Sunday this week, okay? And we'll host the Atlanta Dream at 5:30. Tickets are available at valkyries.com.
Pazemski.
No.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
No.
Pajowski.
Not really.
Davinsky was scrapping.
Brankin
is true. That one, yes, that's accurate.
He's our superfan correspondent. Yeah, I stepped on it. Hit him again.
Brandon Kajemski.
Thank you. That's Director of Pronunciations, Lucas Alexander.
I will say this.
That's my favorite.
That is that's something a little bit different, and I dig it from that perspective, okay? That's not something that I've really ever had in my radio career, I'll be straight honest with you, which is a player from one of the teams wanting to be a weekly correspondent for one of the other teams. And this was the moment. This is the guy. This is the team. It's a perfect thing. And so, yeah, we're going to talk every Wednesday to Brandon Pajemski, Poughkeepsie Kid. He's going to come on every single week. And we'll get a little bit of dubs in there.
Yep.
But we're going to talk Valks with the guy, man.
In this season, just from a Bay Area expansion team standpoint, it has been incredible. I was just thinking, what was the last expansion team we had? Wasn't the Niners, wasn't the Raiders or the Warriors or the A's or the Giants. It was the Sharks. And their opening year at the Cow Palace, they went 17, 58, and 5.
Woo!
And I have to check, but I don't think that they made the playoffs.
That's not good.
17, 58, and 5. The Valks have a winning record. They're the only team currently playing in the Bay Area with a winning record, by the way. But we can get into that up in 10 minutes.
Oh, we will.
I know we will, especially after today's debacle. But the Valkyries are not only winning record, but they're the 7th seed in an 8-team playoff. That would be an incredible first year.
And they are only a game out of the 6th seed behind Caitlin Clark's team, the Indiana Fever. Like, it is objectively crazy. It's crazy, this achievement. And I love that a lot of the Valkyries players over the last few days, when kind of asked about it, because Thornton went down and then you lost a couple of games and it was like, ooh, this feels like it's getting a little wobbly around here. It was like, bang, back-to-back, 2-game win streak. Get yourself back up above 500. Move, in fact, out of the 8 seed to get into the 7 seed. Like, by no means do they have the playoffs solidified. They're only a game and a half away from being in the 9 seed. But, dude, they're in this thing, and a lot of them have spoken publicly and been like, not surprising to us, which I get it. That's the right thing to say, but I also a little bit call BS. Like, I love it. You're an expansion first-year team. You lost your best player, and you're sitting here with a winning record in the playoffs, and you've sold out every game. I don't even think Joe Lacob was this optimistic about how year one would go.
He was.
Maybe.
I just remember the Chris Mullen retirement ceremony where he came out with such hubris about hanging banners and, fresh off the Monte trade, and he's already talking about banners, and, the Boo Birds came out, and, 4 banners later, oops, you were right, Joe, my bad. So I would bet that he probably thought, yeah, we're going to sell out, and you know what? We can be good. Tonight at Washington, pretty big one because they have a 2-game lead on Washington in the race for the final playoff spot. Yep. So a win, you'd hold the tiebreaker, and you'd push the Mystics down another peg.
Yeah, no, big one. And I love that, again, I mentioned this in the conversation, and I don't think this is anything to hide from. It's year one for a lot of fans here in the WNBA. Therefore, there's a lot of kind of education involved. I had actually somebody ask me today. I had to take the car in. And shout out to all my guys at Toscalito in San Rafael.
I love that place.
Yeah, like they're tuned into the show, and the Valkyries came up, and he's like, "Have you been?" And I'm like, "I've been." "Have you been?" He's like, "I haven't been yet." I'm like, "You should go." It's crazy. It's crazy the way the energy is all turned up. But a lot of you, if you haven't had the chance to go or really get to know what they're doing, he talked about their identity and that they are really, really physical and good on defense. They have the second lowest opponent's point per game in the entire WNBA. Only the Minnesota Lynx, who are 27-5. Only the Lynx have basically a lower number in terms of what they're allowing. So that's what That's what the Valks do. They've locked up Caitlin Clark every time they've played her. They're locking people up, man, and they have got unbelievable energy in the building. So, and it's only going to get better as we get down the stretch here.
And Coach Nakase's got them playing hard and playing with the edge, and Pods is seeing it, and we see it when we watch these games. And if you do want to get out there, 7 home games. They've got 7 more home games, and then hopefully a playoff. And I do sneakily like that format. You don't want all the travel, especially if it's, you got New York and back here and then back to New York. That's ridiculous. So go out and steal one, and then game 3 at the lower seeded team's house. That's awesome.
And then don't get on Pods for saying we. I'm into it. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line 707. Is Pods on the Valkyries or the Warriors? He keeps saying we, like he's on the team or maybe a coach. Well, he is a correspondent now.
Correct.
And the teams are owned by the same group.
Facts.
They share a building. They share ownership. They share a lot of stuff. And so I'm okay with it. That gets by the goalie in terms of using the word we.
Correct. And the other barometer for me is if you own jerseys of 3/4 of the players on that team, you can we it up. And I'm looking at you, Dr. Nirav Pandya, jersey in the cart.
What if you own jerseys for all of them?
Right.
I think he got all of them.
Yeah, and I wonder if he still will trot out jerseys of players who are no longer there. And next week I'll ask him, what his jersey-wearing mindset is, because he does a nice job of mixing and matching.
Brandon Pajemski on the Valkyries on 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And Killian wrote a fascinating article in the San Francisco Chronicle with regard to the entertainment dollar and the choices being made when somebody arrives at Lot A in the Mission Rock. You want to go over there, see the Giants? You want to go over there and see the Golden State Valkyries. The comparison, the contrast, we're going to talk that out with Ann in a half hour. But there's one thing we need to get done first.
What's that, Mark?
The Giants' funeral.
What do you mean? They still have another 35 games to go or something?
Not as far as I'm concerned. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Football is back. The road to Santa Clara starts now.
I want to go back to the playoffs, and the road to Levi's starts now.
Your station for the best football talk in the Bay.
I love football.
Is 95.7 The Game.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone, Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby.
Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through August 19th. Enjoy them at their best with a crisp skin and juicy center. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Little jam shot, hits the bag.
Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That kind of tells you how things are going for both teams. I mean, you're looking at a double play ball, and all of a sudden now it's a two RBI base hit.
Up the middle, and there's a base hit. So 2 runs are going to score. Giants are digging a hole. Hammered down the line, which will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
This one goes to the backstop. Bailey's going to grab it, and everybody's safe. So we'll have to see what happened on this, but it may have been that Bailey couldn't get to it in time.
That's a pass ball.
It's a pass ball.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All of those calls on NBC Sports Bay Area, and if in any way, shape, or form, Kruk and Kipe, if you're on your way home or wherever you are right now, if you hear the sound of our voices, look, we feel for you. I get it. I get why you sound the way you do. Great job as always, because you're speaking for the Bay Area fan. At a certain point, was it when Ramos threw the ball straight into the ground? Kruk just made a noise. Like, instead of words, he was like,
unbelievable.
Yeah, and by the way, when Kipe said, he threw it away from everybody, Ramos went out down the left field line on what was an extra base hit, and he caught it barehanded on the ricochet off of the wall. And for a moment, you're like, yeah, nice pickup, man. And then he turned around and threw the ball straight into the ground. Straight into the ground from the warning track in left field. I
came in here, Steiny and Guru were in a break, and I said, it's a heads-up play. If you're a quarterback in the fourth quarter and you're out of timeouts, you got to spike that thing to stop the clock. It's basically what he did.
Oh, my God.
And he clearly didn't have the grip, and he threw it right into the turf. And the first play that Grandy brought us back with, we all were watching together, and it's a double play ball, most likely. It's at least a force out, and the ball hits the bag at second, and Karam's into left center, 2 runs scored. And yeah, you're snake bit, sure. If you lose the game 2-1, you're snake bit.
Bummer.
When you give up 11 and Christian Koss gets to throw his knuckler again, that's not you getting snake bit.
So I tweeted the other day and said the Grim Reaper's not here yet, but it's getting close. Giants are about to play the Padres 7 times, the Rays 3 in between. In those 10 games, they must absolutely go 7-3, and at least 5 of those wins have to be against the Padres. Today, the Grim Reaper's name is Christian Koss. He is the one who came in to pitch the end of the Giants season, which just in a meteorically unbelievable way has come on August 13th. Welcome to the Giants' funeral. We're here. It's over.
Yeah.
None of the results matter anymore. None of the anything matters anymore. Ask me if I wrote a eulogy. I didn't, because I don't even have the energy to do it.
No energy for the eulogy.
Here lies the 2025 San Francisco Giants.
You called the next of kin after they gave up 7 runs in the second.
Completely.
I saw you on the phone. I thought you were calling one of your kids, but when you hung up, you said, no, I was calling the funeral home.
You asked me why I wore black today,
yeah.
And I was like, actually, this is a black hat, but this is a gray shirt. But if you'll notice, what is that logo right in the middle of my gray shirt?
It's SF, but it's not orange and black.
No, what color is it?
Looks red and white, Mark.
Yeah.
With a touch of gold.
What do you wear to a Giants funeral? A Niners shirt.
Or purple.
Or a Valkyrie shirt.
Yeah.
Because that is where we have arrived. It is frustrating. It is just incredibly disappointing. And we can go through, we'll have plenty of time, off season and the like, to go through the why, even though, again, this was my frustration yesterday. I'm so tired of everyone within the Giants organization saying, we don't know. We don't have the answers. Well, you better find them. You better find them. Because this is right up there with my highest levels of disappointment in Giants baseball since I was blessed with the opportunity to return home and cover this team starting in 2019. This, like, all of the Kapler stuff, all of the Farhan stuff. This stretch over the last month and a half to 2 months has been sort of what I would call either the most frustrating or just disappointing or embarrassing or just sad stretch of baseball play when you run it up against who are the people out there doing it that I've seen in this entire 6 to 7 year stretch. So This is the day. It's over. It's over. And everything you do from here on out, in my opinion, should have nothing to do with this year whatsoever. Because this year is a wrap. So it is time to start assessing all jobs, whether that is manager, coaching staff, and everybody out there playing positions. You know, you just heard Kruk calling another pass ball, by Johnny Defense, who plays behind the plate for the San Francisco Giants, and drove in their only run today, their third run of the series.
Wow.
Their third run of the series.
5th in 5 days. All losses.
Job on the line. Job on the line. And I can't believe I'm saying that. But yes, you too, Patrick Bailey, just like Patrick Burrell, you too. Anybody named Patty B, your job is on the line. And I want to see younger players. I want to see people getting a shot. I don't even know if that's Bryce Eldridge. Flem was on with the guys this morning. I'll let you hear what he had to say about that idea here in just a second. But here lies the 2025 San Francisco Giants. You were not good. And quite frankly, we won't miss you.
Well, we'll miss you because we love you, and it just hurts the way that it went. Because if you go back to the Devers trade, and I'll never forget where I was heading south on the 101. I was between Santa Barbara and Oxnard.
Okay, then that's fair.
Listening to Roxy Bernstein do the national telecast, Giants at Dodgers, and the news broke, and it was, okay, time to go. Buster said it, and now you got Devers. This is going to be a fun summer, and you know what? We might get October action. And at that point, the Giants were healthy and vibrant and exciting, and then that season turned bad. They got an ailment, and it got worse, and then it got even worse, and then, wow, over the last, it's now 3 or 4 weeks that they've been really bad.
Oh, it's more. It's more.
Yeah.
It's more. And by the way, I want to clarify. When I say we won't miss you, I don't mean we won't miss Giants baseball. I mean we won't miss this version.
That's
this version
fair.
of Giants baseball. Yeah, like I'm devastated that this is what it looks like on August 13th. I'm devastated. I'm looking ahead at homestands, hoping to bring people out to the game and still take in more Giants baseball. The Niner games don't matter yet. They're arriving in Vegas today for a game in 48 hours or 72 hours. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. I'm not that, I haven't even had a fantasy draft yet. I'm not that into the NFL yet. I'm into it, but we're not that into it yet. The Warrior offseason, meantime, hasn't even started yet. We're still waiting on that. This should be Giants baseball, but it's not. It's not, because they just completed, literally, when we said, all right, it is the most desperate time of the year. If you've got anything left in that tank at all, let's see it. And they've uncorked a 5-game losing streak in which they've scored 5 times total. There is one bright side, and one bright side alone, to what has taken place this week at Oracle Park. And that is that it knocked the Dodgers into second place.
Yeah, for now. But
at this hour, The San Diego Padres, ladies and gentlemen, are your National West leader, and you can thank the San Francisco Giants for that fact, because that was absolutely just horrible baseball that you played over a 3-game stretch against a team that offered you the opportunity for one last gasp, and you didn't have it. You didn't have it.
Yeah.
It's brutal. Just a brutal season, I think.
And it's the way it's gone. And I was just looking at this earlier. The Giants, in a third of their games this year, 40 out of 121 games, they've scored 2 runs or fewer. 40 times, Mark, they have failed to even get 3 runs. In those games, they have 3 wins, which, okay, 3-37. The Rockies have had 47 of those games where they haven't scored more than 2 runs. So you're basically, offensively, kind of the Rockies. And I know you've scored, 40 more runs than the Rockies, but the thing that really makes it more maddening, you look at the Padres' runs and runs allowed, they're only a tiny bit better than you. They've only scored 18 more runs than you. You've got this nice, nasty lineup in San Diego, and You don't go out there and beat teams up on the regular. The Giants just have no real offensive thing that they can hang their hat on. And I was thinking about this on the way in today about the Niners. Like the Niners, traditionally, you hang your hat on ball control and play action and the occasional vertical shot, but you use the tight end. You know what the Niners' identity is. The Giants don't hit for power. They don't hit in timely situations. They don't hit and run. They don't hit or run. What do the Giants do offensively? That's their identity, and that's where it becomes even more maddening, you know?
Well, they're the slowest team in baseball.
Right, and if you're the slowest team in baseball, but you hit 280 home runs, then who cares?
Yeah, but why have the Milwaukee Brewers, who have now won 12 in a row and have the best record in baseball, you know what they are? They're the fastest team in baseball. And this is number one. If you really want to get into nuts and bolts, first and foremost, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Valks get going in a half hour here. Odyssey app, dedicated channel if you want to check in. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I remember about 3 years ago when Farhan Zaidi was asked in the offseason, what do you need to do with this team? And he said, we have got to get younger, faster, and more athletic. And I'm still waiting. Do it. Do it. Number one characteristic of any human being in life, do what you say you're going to do. You want to get younger, more athletic, and faster? So let's re-sign Wilmer Flores? What is happening out there? This station-to-station baseball is killing this team. I shouldn't say killing, killed this team, who, by the way, officially as of today, has arrived in the neighborhood of a negative run differential. Yep. For the first time all year, they have fallen into a tie with the Diamondbacks for 3rd/4th place. They are not going to catch the Rockies, but yes, I bet right now the way things are going that the Giants will finish this year in 4th place. To me, I don't know which positions are necessarily on the line. Devers is going to be Rafi Devers. Like, that's not going to change. But you have got to figure out a way to, A, be faster and more athletic, and B, therefore then put that into play and be more aggressive on the base path. You have got to start making the opposition do some things, force them into the mistakes that other teams are forcing you into, and see if that can generate something. Because this idea of the Giants essentially needing to string together 4 hits for somebody to come around and score a run, I don't know, Dibs. It doesn't look like it's working.
Well, it's not going to work when you don't have guys who can actually, hit. And if you want to string together 3 hits to get a run, which is not ideal, well, then you would have guys like Luis Ariz or, somebody like Altuve, guys who can, or really, batsmen who can hit 290 or better. But the Giants don't have that. They've got guys who can slug, and when they're not slugging, well, then you can't really score because you don't run. They don't have anybody who has stolen more than 9 bases. And I thought Jung-Hoo Lee was supposed to be a guy, grandson of the wind. He's got 8 steals in 10 attempts. So he never even tries to steal when he does get on. Today he had a nice triple, and you could see the speed, but what little speed they have, they don't utilize it. And when they get runners in scoring position, they don't deliver. And when you play in this ballpark, you can't rely on the home run. And if you're not going to rely on the home run, then you got to be situational. You got to advance runners. You got to hit and run. You got to steal. You got to do the little things. And also you've got to play defense. And what was it last night? The pop fly to shallow right that got wind blown and it fell. And that was the first run of the ball game. And the defense is not buttoned up. You don't situational hit, and you don't have power. So what do you do well, Giants?
Well, and here's what is especially hard for me. You know me. Like, pro sports is hard, and you're not going to get the results that you want all the time. There are going to be days where, the ball bounces off the base. You get a bad bounce, whatever. You're going to be snake bit sometimes. But you want to know what really feels difficult to swallow, I think, for a Giants fan, is something that Dave Fleming spoke about to the Joes on the roast earlier today. I want you to listen closely to a couple of these particular comments, starting with this one.
I do think there is an element of this team that is prideful. They're veteran. They've been around. They have big expectations of themselves, and they've watched this thing sort of slip away. And I'm not saying the season is over, but I think the body language and the energy level would definitely say this is a group that has lost some of their enthusiasm, not because they don't want it, but because they realize the math right now. And that sucks. I mean, it does. Nobody wants that. And Elliot, that was perfect from Elliot. That is exactly the way everybody's feeling. Like, who knows what to say about this? Everybody's underperforming. How do you explain that? How do you explain that, like, a bunch of guys who have big league talent and track records are all struggling? I don't know how you explain that. I don't know that there is an easy explanation, but that's the reality right now.
Just real quick, Dibs, he's referring to a comment from Elliot Ramos after last night's game, which is right here.
It's just not happening. It's just frustrating. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. It's just not happening. That's it. You have to get it done.
Yep. It's not happening. Don't know what to tell you. Have to get it back. I'm not blaming them for this. They're human beings, so I don't want you to manufacture anything. But when I hear Dave Fleming with the team, as tapped in as anybody, finger on the pulse, tell me that you all have lost your enthusiasm to go out there and play baseball, I don't know any way to respond other than so have I.
Yeah, and you can see it.
That's it.
You can see it in the fan base, and, Grandy played a little montage coming in, and I don't think anyone on the team is named Lou, but I heard some ooh sounds, and it started with a B. Was there boos today?
There's Jung Hoo. Was it Jung Hoo?
I don't think so, because he normally gets the 3-word Jung Hoo Lee, which we haven't heard a lot of that lately either, but there were actual boos. And,
Lucas, did you go last night? You went to the game last night? Were you there?
Yeah, I went last night.
Were there boos?
It felt like in certain spots people wanted to boo but didn't feel if it was right to boo.
So San Francisco.
But I will say...
They're just all guilty about it. Like, I want to boo, but I shouldn't.
I yelled. I was pretty frustrated.
What'd you say?
Just, tag up. How are you not tagging up there? That sort of stuff.
Who was the person who didn't tag up?
Wilmer.
Well,
yeah.
And
then I realized it was Wilmer, and then I was like, I'm just going to sit here and eat food.
Because, if he's not going to tag up, then why do I care that he's not going to tag up?
Yeah, and I pretty much I came to the realization they were down 4-1. It was, today they lost 11-1, and it felt just as desperate last night and impossible to come back down 4-1, down 3 runs. I had to have a conversation with myself that I was just going to eat food because the more food in my mouth, the less I could yell.
What'd you eat?
All I wanted to do was yell.
Yeah, what'd you eat?
Helmet nachos.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Slice house.
Yeah.
Pepperoni slice.
No crab sandwich?
The food's still great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Food's not slumping.
By the way, I probably will still find my way out there again this year, but it's kind of like what Lucas just said. This is now officially a different experience. We're now going to head out to the ballpark because I enjoy being around some of the people in my life. And we like to have things to do and go get good food. And if we're blessed with the weather that we normally are in late August and September and October in this city, there won't be October. Anyway, late August and September, they're going to go out there, get a little sunshine, and have a day together. Whatever happens on the field, whatever. And I hate that. I cannot stand it. A loss of enthusiasm for the game. Us too, Giants. Us too.
Yeah, and the even more maddening part of this is the wild card was kind of there on a platter. You took 2 of 3 from the Mets, and at that time, we didn't know that the Mets were going to continue to lose to, everybody. Mm-hmm. And so you took 2 of 3 from the Mets. You still were 5 out in the card, but you had some opponents coming up that you thought you could handle. You couldn't. You had the head-to-head against the Padres, and we both said it on different times. If you take 5 of 7 from the Padres, you can rightly say you're still in this thing. No, you can't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well,
you got swept.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Right, so
they're probably going to lose all 4 next week,
but
too.
Even if they were to sweep San Diego, you're still not going to do anything because it's over. It's over, and that's my point. And that's what makes it so frustrating. Is the Mets have been since the break. Have the Mets been as bad as the Giants? Damn near.
Was
maybe a stitch better.
Yeah, hard to say. They won yesterday, but that makes them 2-8 in their last 10. The New York Mets. Somehow the Giants are actually 4-6 in their last 10. But I know you're asking about a bigger sample size than that. But yeah, the Mets remain out of reach, and there are now a bunch of teams in between the Mets and the Giants, Cardinals, Reds, etc. As I've always said, don't talk to me until you've had a winning record. And the Giants are now at basically a season low, 3 games under 500. And even with Tampa coming in this weekend, then it's a road trip to San Diego, Milwaukee, and back home for the Cubs. You're not going to come out of that with a better record than you have now. And so, yeah, this thing is complete toast. Bob Melvin tried to get a message out there. Bob Melvin tried many different ways. Meetings, no meetings, more BP, less BP, calling the team out. And there really wasn't a whole lot of response to that. Here's what Flem had to say about that earlier today on the roast.
It probably says that these guys are not dummies. I mean, they look around and see the Padres playing as well as they are, the Cubs playing as well as they are. Even with the Mets struggles, you know, these guys look at the standings. They know there's 40 games left, and, you know, you got 3 teams ahead of you for the final spot, and you're 6 games behind that spot or whatever it is. You know, I think some of it is just the cold reality starts to settle in. And some of it is, you know, those individual players putting a lot of pressure on themselves to perform. And then when it doesn't happen, I mean, you know, I'm calling out Adames a little bit for this homestand. That's 5 games. You know, 5 games is not very much. Everybody has 5 games. Shohei Ohtani has 5 games where he doesn't play well. But when it happens this time, when you're so urgent you just can't survive it, it's discouraging and dispiriting.
I've heard this from Melvin and so many others that the Giants are, quote, trying too hard or putting too much pressure on themselves. And I've reached a point where I'm like, hold on a second. This is professional sports. What do you mean too much pressure? What do you mean you're trying too hard? I get that. I get that idea in life, but it's like you guys play professional sports and you play a hard one and you do it in front of 35,000 people every single night. You have to be able to perform in those scenarios. How the hell did we want you to go to the playoffs if in some way too much, too hard, too pressurized, all of these things are somehow in the conversation?
And how was Rafi Devers able to do that for Boston when they won the World Series?
Correct.
Is this more pressure than that? I think not.
We're sponsored by Cars for Kids, Cars with a K. And Killian also starts with a K. And she, for the SF Chronicle, wrote a fascinating piece with regard to the situation with the Valkyries and the situation with the Giants. The ticket, the entertainment dollar, what is being provided to you, the fan, by these two teams. And Ann, kind enough to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. You thinking about covering your patio? I've told you before that I am. We've got too many tree parts coming down on the outdoor furniture. Time to cover that patio. And also I'm thinking about building some shelves. We need to get organized, Supper. And whatever your next project is, the products you use to build it matters, especially if you want it to last for years to come. That's why Golden State Lumber and Showrooms are proud to carry Simpson Strong Tie, the trusted name in structural connectors. They're engineered for strength, and these products are designed to stand up to the toughest conditions, from high winds to seismic events. Professional builders appreciate the many options Simpson Strong Tie provides, and do-it-yourselfers love the confidence that comes from those professional results. So, whether you're building a backyard retreat or just tackling your weekend to-do list, choose Simpson Strong Tie, available at Golden State. Visit goldenstatelumber.com to get inspired. Golden State Lumber and Showroom in the Bay Area for over 70 years and ever evolving. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Cache Creek Casino Resort has never been ordinary. For 40 years, we've redefined how a luxury casino resort experience should feel. We've hosted some of the biggest names in entertainment, partnered with luxury brands and championship sports teams. This summer, play at Cache Creek Casino Resort for your chance to win a breathtaking 2025 Porsche. Luxury isn't just something you see, it's something you feel. Win the drive of a lifetime. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with full suite savings event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Bay Area, you know there's nothing better than watching a game with a cold, righteously brewed beer in hand. That's why I always roll with Laughing Monk Brewing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the beer is fire. Why are you talking like that?
With locations in San Francisco, Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, you can always count on top-notch craft beer, next-level food, and the best game day atmosphere in the Bay.
Hold up, bro. Like, are you doing a commercial right now?
Glad you asked, Shasky, because you can find Laughing Monk at the best bars and restaurants in the Bay, or pick up a 4-pack at many fine retailers like Whole Foods, Gus's, and New Leaf Markets.
Dude, just pass the wings!
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
San Francisco, upper 60s, mid 70s in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Gray shoots this one up the middle, but right there is Bogarts. And that's the ball game. So this one was not kind to the Giants. Certainly that second inning was one that we'd all soon like to forget. But in the end, the Padres take 3 from the Giants, and the woes for the Giants at home continue. They've now lost, let's see, 13 of their last 14. And I would never, ever think to see that coming.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, that's on NBC Sports Bay Area, and I think I know what Dwayne Kuiper needs. And I think that we here at 95.7 The Game can probably provide this if, we pull a couple strings here.
Okay.
You know what Kipe needs?
I have no idea.
Krug too. You know what they need? They need a Valkyries game.
Yeah.
They need tickets to Sunday's game. That's what I think they need. Because that, right now, is a happy place on one side of the parking lot, and where those two gentlemen were just talking is not a happy place.
Right.
On the other side of the parking lot.
Right. That team scores points, and the other team on the other side of the lot, they don't score.
Well, both teams call themselves a defensive team, and one of the teams is right. Let's bring on our friend Ann Killian here on the River Islands guest line. Obviously, California Sports Writer of the Year, one of the best out there to do it, and an article today in the San Francisco Chronicle with regard to kind of the blending of the two and which of these two teams is actually offering Bay Area sports fans something for their entertainment dollar. Hi, Ann. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're fantastic. And I thought what you said earlier today in the Chronicle really kind of, it struck a chord. And I guess I'd start it this way. Like, are you even surprised, or in what way are you surprised by what a Valkyries game feels like for the fans?
I am surprised. I mean, we didn't know. We knew that there was an appetite for a women's basketball team. I mean, all the research had shown that, that we've never had a WNBA team, and the league's been around 25 years. And there was certainly a hunger for it, but you had no idea it was going to be this phenomenon that it is. They've sold out every single game. The vibe inside, you guys have been there, right?
We have.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the vibe is just like really happy and enthusiastic, and the crowd is way different than a lot of games. It's a very different feel than a Warriors game, I think. Just way more kids, way more people from all walks of life, and just, maybe it's because it's a little more affordable. You don't feel like, you have to be entertained or you're going to be really mad. But you are entertained, and the team has just been so competitive, and that's the thing I don't think anyone really could have imagined within an expansion team. So it's been really way exceeded my expectations, and most people's, I think. I think even their own. I mean, Joe Lacob told me last month, I'm blown away by what he was seeing.
How much of this do you think is being a part of the ground level for fans where, you're there at the very beginning and therefore you have a little bit more fan ownership?
I think that's part of it. People want to belong to something. They really, they really like it. They really feel involved. They did a really smart thing with their marketing has been fantastic. And they had people on the first night, everyone was in merch and not just those giveaway shirts. They gave away like Letterman's jackets to season ticket holders. The lines for the merchandise have been out the door. I mean, you see it now all over the Bay Area. You see that violet and you spot it. It's kind of the way when the Sharks first rolled out, you would see the teal and go, oh, there's some of that smart Sharks marketing money, but that seems like the dark ages now when it comes to the Sharks. But I think there is something to just wanting to be on the ground floor. But I think it's also true that there's just been a real desire for a team like this. And then to catch it as the WNBA is on surfing this incredible wave of enthusiasm and sponsorship and growth and numbers and viewership all over across the country is, it makes it exciting. And the fans know all the players that come in, and unlike, when you're at a Warriors game and people boo the opposing players lineup, people cheer when Asia Wilson or other players are announced. It's a different vibe.
Yeah, the first game that I went to this year, Ann, I was blown away because it was a really close, tight game against a really good team, and the Valkyries lost, and then the fans gave them a standing ovation after the game, after losing.
Right. You know why? They're getting their money's worth.
Yeah.
They're seeing really good, competitive. They're seeing a really resilient team that's way exceeding expectations and really scrapping and fighting for everything. They've only had a couple of really bad games. One was the first night, but I think it was just kind of all too much for them. But they've really been in almost every game.
Now, the piece that you did is a little bit of a comparison and contrast piece. Yeah, to what level are you taken aback by the fact that the Giants have battled boredom for a few years now, but Buster Posey comes in, Willie Adames is here, they trade for Rafael Devers. This was supposed to be the antidote for the boredom, and here we are.
Yeah, I don't think they're boring, you guys. I think this is astonishingly terrible. It's almost, captivating in its awfulness. But,
that's fair.
I do think, the last 3 years felt very much like we were on a continuous loop, just watching the same thing over and over and over again. It was rather dull. It was dull to write about. There was not a lot that seemed different. They kind of ended up the same. They did the same things at the trade deadline, ended up in the same position. One year they threw Gabe Kapler under the bus. But, it just was kind of a continuous, it just seemed like the same thing over and over. And this year there has been a lot of excitement, and there has been, the Buster factor and the belief that they're, going to try to play the way fans want them to play the baseball that makes sense for the team, to not be driven solely by analytics. And then you get, something like, you get their fast start, first of all, which was, again, kind of like the Valkyries, I think exceeding expectations. And then that weekend with the Dodgers, and they're, in first place, and they do the biggest trade of the whole season. And there was so much enthusiasm. And the other thing, the whole season, when we're talking about the fan experience, the fans have been packing the park. The fans have really come back. Almost every game weekend game, at least that I go to, is 40,000. Yep. And it feels like old times. And then to have this happen, especially happening at home the way it is just, it's kind of mind-boggling that they just fell off the cliff so steeply. I mean, you can say, yeah, they're not a great team. They have these, X, Y, and Z issues, but this is pretty historic in its terribleness.
Especially when you look at what they've done at home. And I think Kipe said on the cut we played on the way in 13 of 14 home losses. And when you think about that, just trying to get the casual fans, Mark and I had this discussion back in March, and Mark was saying it's a baseball town and fans will come back, and they did. And now you've got this. How much does this home drudgery affect, the second and third tier fans wanting to be a part of it?
I think it affects them, and I think it affects. It'll affect the turnout for the rest of the season. I think this was their last chance, and of course, school's going to be back. Is just about back in for almost everyone, and attendance might have gone down anyway. But people don't want to go. I just was so struck because I went Sunday, and of course that was until today. Just perhaps the worst performance of the season. The 8-0 loss to the Washington Nationals. At least this was to the Padres today, and then 40,000 people, and it was Junior Giants Day. It was Run the Bases Day. There were the lines at the concession stands, the lines at the merch stores were just so long. People just spending so much money, and then that performance. And then Monday night, I went to the Valkyries game, and it was the same situation: a sellout crowd, lines in the concession stands, lines for the merch, and they got their money's worth. They got a team that really battled, and even, they were playing a bad team, the worst team in the league, but the game before that, they'd beaten the Sparks, and the game before that, they almost beat the Aces. Like, they were battling, and they understand that they're in must-win situations, that there's a playoff berth on the line, and they are running out of time, and they're playing like it, and it's just kind of seizing the moment, and I think there's just a lack of energy right now with the Giants. There's just something missing.
Yeah, to say the least. And Killian is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. And, I mean, we're all parents here, and I got to tell you this. Like, when I listen to Bob Melvin talk in these post-game sessions about the Giants, I feel like the feeling I feel as a parent of teenagers looks the same as the way he feels about his team where everyone's just like, I don't know why the message isn't getting across. I don't know why this isn't working. I'm trying everything I can do. So I don't know that this is Bob's fault or whatever, but how much damage do you think has been done with what's happened here with the Giants?
I think when something like this happens, I think you have to look at everything. And unfortunately for Bob, who I've known a really long time, I have a ton of respect for. He's done really great stuff in his career. I think, he's the hot talking point right now. And part of it is because they've been playing his old team that, he did not succeed with in his final year there. It didn't go the way he had wanted. So I think that contrast makes everyone looking more at Bob. I know they gave him a year extension, and I understand. Buster has made it clear that he likes stability. I think the last thing he wants to do is scapegoat a guy the way Kapler, who might have deserved it, might not have, but Farhan definitely ran over Kapler with the bus. So I don't think Buster wants to be that guy because there's so many things wrong, and most of it is the players just not coming through in clutch situations. So I don't think Buster would want to do it, but I think it's certainly something that's being talked about. I would be surprised if Melvin would get fired before the end of the season because I don't think Buster thinks this is his fault. But I would not be surprised if they decide to make a move in the offseason despite that 1-year extension.
And does this become a tougher offseason than the last one for Buster because his former teammate Pat Burrell is the hitting coach for a team that doesn't hit, and front office guys who helped him when he was a youngster are still around? Is Buster going to have to put on his big boy president of baseball ops pants and make hard choices this summer?
I think so, but I don't think he's going to have any problem doing that. I think if we've learned anything about Buster, it's that he is, one, embracing this job in a way that I didn't think he necessarily would. And two, he wants to do it right. And I don't think he's, but Buster's a very pragmatic guy. And I think he took this job knowing that he was going to have to make some tough decisions and do some things. He's already done it. He's gotten rid of some of his old teammates, and I just think that's part of the deal. I don't think it'll be a tougher season. I think he's one of the smarter athletes I've ever dealt with, and I think his learning curve is pretty good. So I think he's probably already thinking of what he needs to do, because I think he's as frustrated as anyone and is probably looking ahead right now. I mean, he's not harboring any illusions that, I think he told me on Sunday, yeah, we got to get on a heater. And then they came out and, there was no heater in the office.
No heater. No, not at all. Hey, Ann, if this is what regular season Valkyries games feel like, what do you think a postseason Valkyries game would feel like?
Oh, I think it would be crazy. And I think it'd be super fun to have one, just especially because, people didn't expect that at all. In fact, I know there's some talk that what would they do if there's a conflict at Chase? But the Chronicle has been told that they would do what they do for the Warriors if there's a conflict, and that is move the conflict, because they would, if they had the chance for a home game, they would play it at Chase. But what I think has really happened, because now the league is going to expand quite a bit in the next few years, and the bar has been set extremely high. And we saw the valuation numbers for the Valkyries, and they play in a fantastic arena. They have a really great training site and facility over in Oakland in the Warriors' old place. They're just doing things in a way that very few teams in the league do, and so these new expansion teams are going to have to do it that way too, or they're going to get left behind. So, yeah, and I think, you asked about Melvin. I think we could have a coach of the year in Natalie Nakasi, because she's really done an incredible job with a roster of, at the beginning, even people who are fans of the league were kind of like, who are those people? I don't know the people on this roster.
Right. And then they lost their best player, and they're still finding ways to hang in there. Ann, thank you, and go watch the game.
I will. Thanks, you guys.
All right,
Thanks,
good to talk to you. Ann Killian, San Francisco Chronicle, and obviously the game to which I am referring is the Valkyries game against the Washington Mystics. And if you would like to watch it, it's on KPIX. And if you would like to hear it, you can go directly to our Odyssey app right now. If you haven't downloaded the app, easy download, and then search Valkyries, and their own dedicated channel will pop up, and the game is going to start shortly.
Yeah, and if there is a conflict, that would be unbelievable news for the Valkyries. The Warriors' first preseason game is October 5th at home, and the playoffs for the Valks would start September 14th. So that would mean you would probably advance to the last 4 teams in the WNBA, or maybe even the WNBA finals.
Or you get a game again. That first round setup in the WNBA, you almost, as a road team or the lower seed, you have to earn a home game. So it's a best of 3 series, with the first 2 games being at the home of the better seed. So if you can split, if you can win one of the 2 on the road, you get to come home and have the deciding game in your building, which in this case would be Chase Center.
But it would be still a good 2 weeks before the first Warrior preseason game.
Yes.
Now, there could be a concert conflict, or there could be...
there's always something going on over there.
Always something going on at Chase. But as far as a Warrior conflict, if that came up, you'd be in the WNBA finals or the semis.
Absolutely.
And now that would be an unbelievable expansion story.
Yeah.
It's already been spectacular.
Yeah, and right now, by the way, and again, there is still a hefty way to go on this thing, but at the moment, up to the moment, the Valkyries are the 7 seed. If it ended that way, they would be taking on the New York Liberty in round 1, which would be, checks notes, a challenge.
No doubt.
The defending champs. So anyway, that's the way it's shaping up right now. But the Valkyries at 16-15, the 7 seed, and underway against the Mystics on the Odyssey app. Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. I think as we do get closer to the 5 o'clock hour, Stephen Risotto is one of our sort of Giants correspondents. He was out there today. We want to get an idea of how, angry people were. You also, I think here in about 10 minutes, have something to debut with us.
Yeah, something fun.
That's a little bit of a surprise. I think, like me, Grandy, and Lucas, we know sort of what's about to happen, but you're pitting the 3 of us against one another?
I thought it'd be a fun contest to roll out, and if it's successful, and I hope that it will be, we can involve the listeners down the road, but it's a simple game of higher or lower. I will give you a stat, and that will be the baseline, and then I'll give you 10 more, and you have to decide if those 10 that I give you, you won't know the number, is that value higher or lower than the baseline? And today's baseline is San Francisco Giants stolen bases.
Okay.
And they've stolen...
They've had 2 this year, right?
52.
52?
They are second to last.
50 of them.
You've got Fitzgerald with 9, Jung-Hoo with 8, and 35 others came from people not named Wilmer Flores.
Dude, their leading base stealer has 9, and he's largely not even on the team anymore.
9 steals.
I mean, I know
it's like Ferris Bueller.
I know he came back up yesterday or whatever it was. But,
Tyler Fitzgerald, you've stolen 9 times. Jung-Hoo with 8. Chappie's got 7. Elliott's got 6. Willie Adamas with 4. Yaz. He had 6. All right, KC, rest in Kansas City.
None of these dudes, they're not even on the team anymore.
I need to issue an apology.
To who? For what?
Wilmer Flores has one.
Stop it.
He's got one of the 52.
That's like the back end of a double steal or something crazy happened.
I don't know.
Defensive indifference or one of these deals that happens.
Bailey Devers Schmidt and Kisner, they don't have one.
Come on, man.
So that's your baseline.
Okay.
52 is the baseline, and I'll roll through 10 different things, and you just have to say, is that higher or lower than 52?
Let's rock that in just a little bit. Right now, though, I want to go to Hogan in Vegas.
Hogan,
are you getting ready for Niners Raiders joint practices out there? What are you doing, man?
Absolutely, because I need Brock Purdy to save me, guys. This Giants season is hell on earth. Willard, before the season, I tweeted you and I said, Giants baseball will save you. And I sent that jokingly, but also somewhat serious. And this is bad, guys. Ramos has 1 home run since June 22nd. Adames has had 1 good month with the bat all year. Chapman is hitting 181 with runners in scoring position, his worst of his career. Jung-Hoo Lee has hit 193 for 2 months, and he aimed for 30 stolen. You guys were just talking about stolen bases. He said in an interview that he was aiming for 30 stolen bases going into the season. Bailey is Austin Hedges at 2.0. I remember when Hedges was on the Padres, and I'd laugh about how bad he was offensively, but they kept him around for his glove, and now we're living it. Devers has a 29% strikeout rate. I'm not going to kill him for that, though, because he's new to the team, and he's been hot recently. The only somewhat positives of this season has been Landon Roop and Casey Schmidt, if you even want to believe in this somewhat Casey Schmidt breakout, because we've seen it before with these guys. And I saw Giants Twitter getting excited about the farm rankings. MLB Pipeline released their farm rankings, and the Giants went from 28th to 18th.
Number 1 riser, Hogan.
They were saying
number 1 riser.
They were on the rise, and they could rise even more. They said. Remember when Joey Barr was supposed to save us?
Oh.
Remember when Marco Luciano was supposed to save us? Remember when we were getting told that Luis Matos was going to be a 300 hitter and a Gold Glove outfielder, and he's one of the worst outfielders, and he's like a 225 career hitter. Guys, this is bad, and I don't know. I guess the writers were saying that they were hinting at Buster was trying to light the fire under the team by picking up Melvin's option, but Melvin has him looking like an idiot right now. I don't know how you can keep this going with Melvin. I mean, he's asleep in the dugout, guys. This is bad. And I love Buster. I love what he did for the franchise, but I'm afraid that this is going to turn into a thing where it's just, well, Buster's in charge. We have hope with Buster in charge, even though he's never done this before. And I like what he's done with some of these trades, but I don't know where this is going, and I don't know if it's going to get better, guys. I think that there are maybe 5 fan bases that have it worse than us in the league right now. If you base in like how the team has played and going into the season expectations.
Well,
only 5 fan bases I think have it worse than us.
That's an interesting statement.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, Hogan, thanks. The only reason I would disagree with that is because there are way more than 5 teams in baseball that aren't even trying, and they're effectively just there to kind of fill out a schedule for other teams around Major League Baseball. You know what I mean? Like, I could think of 5 right now from the A's and the Pirates and the Nationals, and, you know, we can keep going.
The Rockies, the White Sox.
For sure. Like, they're not even, and they're more. So, like, I don't think Giants fans are in that spot. However, the rest of your frustration is very well heard. It's very well heard. There is very little to hang your hat on right now in terms of looking back on where we are and saying what went well.
And you look at Buster Posey this winter in the offseason, he's got some work to do because you got holes to fill, you got rotational spots you need, and what they have right now is not good enough on the field, whoever's the manager.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Higher or lower with Dan Dibley is around the corner. Steven Risotto, our Giants correspondent, is still ahead. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Dibs, first a question. Do you like berries?
Berries, berries, berries. I love them.
Very well played. Mix and match. 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3.
Also, exclusive digital deal on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Steak Value Pack or Roast Mega Pack, just $5.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Another exclusive digital deal on Lucerne Shredded, Sliced, or Chunk Cheese, 6 to 8 ounces on selected varieties, just $1.87 each, limit 4 items.
I love Chuck Steak. He's in one of my fantasy leagues. These and other great digital deals are available in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Well, we did it, y'all. We finally got the McDonald's snack wrap back on the menu. We broke the internet with our pleas, and now this iconic snack has returned for just $2.99. No, you're not imagining this. I'll repeat, the snack wrap is back at McDonald's for $2.99. Enjoy the taste of victory while you sink your teeth in the crispy chicken wrapped in a soft tortilla, because you deserve it. We fought. McDonald's listened. Now, it's our move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Bonte reporting for River Islands in Lathrop. If you're wondering how River Islands became the most successful lifestyle community in Northern California, let's look at it by the numbers. 15 neighborhoods are now being offered in a wide range of home sizes and prices, from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. There are 7 new lakeside neighborhoods with docks for fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. A dozen parks, playing fields, and playgrounds are already open. And do not forget about Islanders Field, the best place to catch Travel League High School baseball play. For 55-plus active adults, Del Webb has its own master plan within the master plan with its own private clubhouse. Construction of the first town center has begun with plans for shopping, healthcare, entertainment, and restaurants. River Islands High School and 3 K-8 8th grade charter schools are starting their fall term this month. With so much to see and do, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? RiverIslands.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Down the left field line, and it is fair. A home run straight down the line for Laureano. It's 10-0 Padres.
Gray shoots this one up the middle, but right there is Bogarts, and that's the ball game. So this one was not kind to the Giants. Certainly that second inning was one that we'd all soon like to forget. But in the end, the Padres take 3 from the Giants, and the woes for the Giants at home continue. They've now lost, 13 of their last 14. And I would never, ever think to see that coming.
Are you kidding me?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
13 of 14.
At home.
At home.
Not a road.
At 3rd and King. That's
at
Flem.
3rd and King.
Yeah. Nice.
That's a 2.
Yeah, it's kind of a 3.
Okay. Felt good, but
Flem and Kipe, NBC Sports Bay Area. Just another unbelievably sad performance. And Kipe saying this one wasn't kind to the Giants. None of them have been. None of them have. It's the same game every day. You score 1 run, you make a bunch of mistakes. They score somewhere between 4 and 10, and then you go to your car. That's the cycle we're on right now. And so everybody's frustrated. And then what I think is maybe even worse is everybody seems confused. So that's kind of the word I've got for Bob Melvin. We're going to go back to the phones in just a sec, and we'll play higher or lower with Dibs here in a little bit. But, check this out, man. This is Bob Melvin has asked, where do you go from here?
We just got to concentrate on winning a game, not worry about the standings, not worry about where the wild card is. Playing a clean game and winning a game and getting back to playing clean baseball. So, at this point in time, we have to go inning to inning, game to game, and not worry about the standings at this point.
Okay, let's talk.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's talk about cleaner baseball in August. How do you do it?
You just go out there and continue to try to play. You probably take a look at some different compliments like we are at this point in time right now. We might be at the point here pretty soon where we give some guys some days off and look at some other guys. I'd still hate to admit that we're at that point. But we talk about being a pitching and defense team. We've pitched well all year, but our defense has not been good, really all year. So that's the main part that we need to clean up, and that's the part that really looks bad when you play games like this.
Can we spotlight it, Grandy? Can we do it? Let's get, once again, hey, Bob, how do you play better baseball in August? Just listen for the very first noise that he makes.
I mean, you want my real answer? My real answer is we can't. We've got 5 DHs running around with gloves on, and they make mistakes. Although Dom Smith at first, it was a little bittersweet watching him pick it on a dive to his right.
Great play.
Phenomenal play. And Ramos had 2 actually in left that were, Ramos is on the move, diving catches. That was great. And then Ramos had another play, which, and I'm watching Williamsport in the opening day of the Little League World Series. You won't even see that play from these 12-year-olds. And we saw another one from Elliott today.
Although, in a moment, we'll let you hear Bob Melvin have Elliott Ramos's back on that play. Just open mind. Okay. Open mind, everybody. But first, Bomel is asked, hey, you said it's a poor defensive team all year. Is that because some guys are essentially playing out of position?
No, it's not. I mean, look, we've been running out basically the same group of guys here, less a couple. Fitzy was the second baseman for a while. He gets sent down, but no, it's not like guys are playing completely out of position. So no, we have to get better defensively. We have to take a look down the road at adding maybe some defensive players.
Okay, I actually think that's a pretty fair answer. It's a funny one, but it's a fair answer. Fitz has played right field 1 time, so let's not act like that's what they've been doing all year. Casey Schmidt didn't come up a second baseman, but he's been at second base all year, and he is a very plus infielder, so he can make that transition. What are we talking about, Devers? And by the way, Devers at first base, for those of you who have been blinded by how awful their results are, there really hasn't been much going on in the way of any negative aspects of Devers over at first base in recent weeks. I think he kind of relatively looks fine. Yeah. After some bumps in the first few games, I think he looks fine over at first base.
He looks fine, and looking fine is not good enough when you're going to thrive on being pitching and defense, and Ramos in left has not been fine, and the sneaky rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you coming up on Friday? The sneaky one is Patrick Bailey. And you mentioned it earlier, the pass ball today, and the defense of Bailey is where he's supposed to hang his shingle, and it has not been spectacular. So it's not just the one guy in left. It's kind of a collective defensively.
Yeah, so really crazy. Was it second inning? Second inning, right? They scored 6 or 7 runs.
7.
Okay, and it got really bad, and it kind of started with some bad luck. Would have been probably an inning-ending double play, a little jam looper from Cronenworth, and it bounces off of the second base bag and goes into center field. And then the floodgates open, and later in the inning, there's a rip down the left field line, and it goes off the wall in left field, and Ramos bare hands it off the wall. And he turns to throw to either second base or wherever he was supposed to throw, and he basically just throws the ball straight into the ground. He threw a sideways ground ball back to the infield. And everyone here at the studio is just laughing, and they're just like, what else? Like, what are you doing out there in left field? So Baumel, first of all, listen to the call of the actual play.
Hammered down the line, which will bounce up against the wall. And Ramos just let one fly totally away from everybody. And that allows Tatis to score.
Yeah. That's unbelievable.
And here comes Bob Melvin.
He just spikes it into the ground, grabs it off of the wall, and I don't know what kind of grip he had, but he throws that ball about 30 feet.
Great noises from Krug. There was a
You didn't know what to do. All right. Baumel gets asked about it after the game. Here's his answer.
If you're talking about Ramos in his defense, he's throwing to second base, and we're double cut, and we're in the wrong spot as far as the cutoff and relays go. So he's throwing the ball to second base, sees that nobody's there, and it came out of his hand. So it wasn't his fault. It was more how we were positioned for the cutoff. And then the ball gets by, Bailey over his head, and it just looks bad. The way we've been playing, it looks horrible. Now it's all of a sudden it's 7-0, and we're in the second inning, and the way we've been playing, it's just miserable feeling.
Yeah. So part of it,
the size from Bob.
Well, and it does. I guess
that's unbelievable.
It kind of makes sense. Like when you bring your arm back to throw whatever kind of a baseball, football, whatever. When your arm comes back and you're about to let that thing fly, and then all of a sudden something is not where you thought it was going to be, that sort of spike into the ground thing can happen. So Baumel's essentially saying that at least part of this is on the cutoff alignment, which I think goes to Adames.
Well, it goes to what we're watching up here on TV, which is Little League Baseball.
Totally.
And if you want to think about other throws, there was the Casey Schmidt play where Devers tried to cut off the ball and he didn't. Schmidt has it, and the pitcher's going to cover, and it was Tyler Rogers. And Schmidt throws it, and Rogers isn't looking, and it hits the batter runner as he's stepping on first base. That was a throw where, Schmidt had to double pump because nobody was on the base. And then the other one, Mark, I think you were on your honeymoon, and you subsequently saw it, is when Elliot Ramos just from 22 feet away threw it over Adames' head.
Yep, no, I did see it. I don't know if we
were watching it.
Yeah, we're at the airport or something.
Somewhere.
It might have even been, I don't know, it might have been on my laptop in the hotel room, and I think
that's unbelievable.
I closed the laptop after that.
Yeah, and there are other throws we can talk about. I don't even know how many other throws I can recall right now, but there have been so many that have just been sloppy fundamentals. And that's where you don't blame the manager for that. You blame the players and the manager. You blame everybody, but what are we doing to fix it? And I know you can't flip the spread and you can't bench everyone. And I came into Steiny and Guru earlier and I said, you got to take all 8 of them off the field right now and put in a fresh 8. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even know if they have that.
Like in high school.
Just do a line change?
Remember in high school where the starting 5 is playing like crap, and you used to be that guy off the bench, and the coach would be like, you, and you, get in there.
Dude, you just flashed me somewhere. There was, because I played kind of the 3-4. And
stretch 4.
Yeah, like I think this was, I think it was freshman year. So freshman year, you don't get a whole lot of playing time, but we had a good Frost-Soft team. We never lost a game. They went undefeated. And I'm going to leave his name out of my mouth because it's not fair. He might still live here in the Bay. but the starting four, the starting power forward, he just took, like, we're trying to swing it, move the ball around, and he gets the ball kind of out on the wing, and he turns, and just with an overhead pass, just kind of like Ramos, just threw the thing straight into the ground and bounced out of bounds. The coach was so mad. You ever know what the coach just start looking around and, like, just steam's coming out the ears, and he doesn't even know what to do. He's so mad he doesn't know what decision to make. So he turns, and he looks at the bench, and you can see his eyes just run across the entire bench, and he's just looking, and he points at me, and he goes, "Did they get in there for him?" And I'm like, okay. And you go in there for him, and he probably only left me in there for like 4 minutes, and he's like, okay, you're a freshman. Now get back out.
Yeah.
Sit back down. But yeah, dude, I get it. It does feel like that.
Yeah, and you can't do that to professional athletes. And unfortunately, you also can't say, all right, everybody, tomorrow noon, we're taking infield. And that's how you lose the clubhouse. Like Chapman at 32 and Adames and Devers making $300 million. These guys are most likely not going to want to show up at 2 hours early just to have somebody hit them fungos. But that's what this team needs. Their defense, Bob Melvin just said it, it's been bad all year long.
No question about it. Okay, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's take some calls. Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What are you doing?
I'm at the dog park.
I am at the dog park.
Of course you are.
My happy place. Yep. All right. Listen, I don't know if I have enough time for all I want to say, but anyways,
probably not.
Something on the Giants. Probably not. Yeah.
No,
anyways,
go ahead.
Listen. All right. A couple of weeks ago, I told you, Bob Melvin is not a crisis manager. All right, and things weren't as bad then as they are now. So I hate to say this, but this team almost looks like a kind of team that's intentionally tanking to get rid of the manager. Now, I don't know why they want to do that. I can't imagine they hate Bob, but it seems to me he's lost the locker room. And once again, you need strong leadership in situations like this. I don't think he has that. So I'm going to repeat what I said then. They should start the search if they haven't already, and let the decision to replace him be based on when they find somebody that they really like and they think has a lot of promise. So,
Gene, Gene, thank you very much. You might be right. And a few weeks ago, I thought this unfathomable.
Yeah.
And I think Ann's right. Ann Killian just joined us and said, I don't think they're going to make a move in the middle of the season. They literally just extended him in the middle of the season. Now they're going to make a move before the season's over. That would shock me. It would no longer shock me, though, if they make a move after the season. I still would bet against it. If you asked me right now in this moment, I'd still bet against it. But it is absolutely not out of the question. It's not out of the question, which, I mean, what are we? What are we 2 months since they extended him?
Yeah.
That tells you how bad things are, that you're thinking about that 2 months after extending him.
Correct, and you've got 41 games left to go. I think you've played 121, so yeah, you've got 41 games left. And if in these 41 you go 15-26 and you wind up with 74 wins, I think that he could be in real jeopardy of returning. And it's not only up to him, obviously, and the whole idea of he needs to motivate these guys. He shouldn't have to motivate Chapman, Devers, and Adames, and Logan Webb and Verlander and Robbie Ray. These are guys who've played enough baseball. They shouldn't need the skipper to say, all right, guys, we need to buckle down, and we need to hunker down, and we need to do this, and we need to do that.
I honestly think that's the weirdest thing that people even talk about in professional life. You're talking about high school, maybe college, maybe certain areas of football, but in professional life, the idea that your boss needs to motivate you, he might need to connect you. He might need to, when he sees, and I should say he or she, when he sees a spot where someone can be helped or revitalized or whatever. But in general, and I'll say this to family members, if you don't have it in you to get the freak out of bed and do what you want to do with your life on a daily basis, that is on you. I don't care what the situation is. Another human being, I'm an adult, and another human being needs to motivate me? I just don't see it that way.
Younger players, I see it, but Steiny Guru played.
Younger players should be the most motivated.
Well, sometimes they don't know what they need to work on. Steiny Guru earlier today played the cut from Steve Kerr when he was talking about our correspondent, Brandon Pajemski, and he was pounding on the table. He needs to do this and he needs to do that. And it's like, okay, he realizes that that's the way he can reach Pods, and Pods responds to that. So when you're talking about Elliot Ramos, what can motivate him, quote unquote, or help him to be a better outfielder?
I guess I just don't see that as the word. If you're talking about
whatever the word is,
redirect him or whatever, that's fine. But like, if you've got a motivational problem, you have a massive problem.
Well, what do we keep saying about this Giants team? They look listless and disinterested.
I don't think it's the lack of motivation. I think that they're overly discouraged. And so, yeah, they've arrived at the same place we have. It's not going to happen. It's not happening this year.
We have 41 games left. So
they're not.
What are we going to do with these 41?
Yeah, and again, I would argue that those players need to be motivated on their own to show up and do a good job. You're being paid bajillions of dollars to kick ass. Go out there and play hard. I don't need Bob Melvin to go wake people up or poke them in the belly or, win one for the – what are we doing? Matt Chapman and Willie Adames and Elliot Ramos, who hasn't even been paid yet, can't get out of bed and be like, I need to be amazing today because this is what I do, and I owe it to the team and these fans and myself to be awesome. Like that's – I don't know, man. That's every day.
I get the should be part of it, but it's not. So how do you go from what you're saying is true? You're a professional athlete. Even Ramos, who's not making a boatload, I don't know what he makes, but you're out there every day, and your career and your reputation are on the line every at-bat. So what is it that's going to make you play better and play with a little bit more of that fire and that sizzle? Because when you watch this team, and it's not just the 5-game losing streak, and it's not an historic home skid, which since they moved out from New York, Mark, they've never lost 13 of 14
ever
at home. So what is it that's going to light a fire under some of these guys? Because right now, you're not seeing the sizzle from this team.
No, you're not. 888-957-9570. Rich Los Altos next up. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo.
Yeah, so I think the Giants have a really tough gig because they're trying to tread the line between putting butts in the seats, running a business, and having a competitive team, right? And if they were really trying to be competitive, seeing what the Padres did at the deadline and what the Dodgers have, they would have traded Verlander, maybe, moved some of their pieces to get ready for next year, but they still want to be competitive and give themselves a chance throughout the year. And that's on the players. It's not on ownership. It's not on Buster. It's not on Melvin. That's on the players to go and earn their contracts. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you, Rich. And again, I think that this kind of topic or discussion, it comes up a lot in sports because I don't know that teams are always making decisions based on blame. That's what we do. The media, the fans, we sort of pick like what made you mad here? Who's at fault, so to speak. And then we come to that decision, even though like we're all sitting here not inside the building, and we don't really know all the pieces that come to be. But I don't think the Giants think this is Bob Melvin's fault. That also doesn't necessarily protect Bob Melvin, though. You can't fire the players.
Correct.
You don't want to fire the players. Some of these players are good baseball players. They have a track record. They've got experience. They're good. But if there's a blend that doesn't work for whatever reason, then sometimes that means new leadership needs to be there, even when it wasn't necessarily all that person's fault. So that's why I don't think Bob is in the greatest spot right now.
He's not. And if you look at last year and this year, they're almost identical. And I think this year's team is better on paper, but you have players on this team this year who are underperforming, almost all of them. Willie Adames is almost 100 points lower in his OPS than what his career would have indicated. Now, part of that is a ballpark factor. I'll give you that, but he was really bad early. he got hot for about 6 weeks, and now he's kind of back in that same funk. So what is it that is going on that has him struggling, and what can you do to help him and others get out of that funk?
Jim in Daly City is next. Hi, Jim. Thank you for calling.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Willard, I heard you say on my way here to my friend's house how you were talking about how you consider some baseball teams like schedule fillers, and they don't really try, like the Pirates and the Rockies and that sort of thing. And I just wanted to get some clarification from you on what you meant. Do you mean that the ownership isn't trying? Do you mean that the players in those situations don't try as hard because they realize?
Most definitely ownership. Most definitely ownership, Jim, is what I mean, that they're and you'll hear actual players in the game say this. This is a major part of future collective bargaining discussions, is that there are a number of teams that are operated in such a way that they are not necessarily worried about competitiveness. And so, yeah, Jim, I am not coming down the road of any individual player on any of these teams.
Okay. Well, I can live with that, and I understand what you're saying, which is why I wanted the clarification. But I venture to say that some of these teams, the Pirates, the A's, and that sort of thing, that they're even ahead of what maybe where the Giants are, based on the fact that the Giants have all of these advantages behind them. They have better rosters, probably better leadership, definitely better ownership, and they're still not able to separate from some of those teams. The A's are only like 4 games less in the win column than the Giants, and they lost 20 out of 21 in May or something like that. So it's kind of weird to me that, you know, a team that can spend so much for a payroll and have all of these advantages and still aren't able to keep a fair distance between themselves and the teams that are really fighting even their own ownership.
Jim, thanks. Yeah, I agree completely. I agree completely with Jim. Not necessarily that those teams are in a better spot than the Giants, but yes, it's kind of less embarrassing if you only have 50 wins or something like that, but you have an owner that's not worried about it and not putting good players around you. Yeah, you could make an easy argument right now that the San Francisco Giants, based on payroll, based on the moves made, the aggressiveness shown, you could make the case that they have had the worst year of any team in the entire Bigs.
There are 11 teams with a worse record, and as you go through them, the Rockies, the Nats, the White Sox, they are bad and not caring about being decent. The A's are the A's. We know that. Baltimore traded everybody for prospects. The Twins are kind of a funky team where they don't spend as much as the Giants, but they should be better than they are. The Braves that's baffling how bad they are. I know they had big injuries early, but the Braves should be better than they are. So they might be the second biggest disappointment, or maybe they're a bigger disappointment. But the teams the Giants are ahead of, the majority of them are the non-spenders. And then it's the Giants, with a .488 win percentage now.
Yeah, I look up and down, and I'd have to pull up the payrolls of a Major League Baseball to sort of see if, and actually I can do that. Like, is anybody else more disappointing or what have you when compared to their resources and what they're putting out there? Is there anybody else that's had a worse year than the San Francisco Giants? The Texas Rangers would probably be the only other candidate. They're at 500 right now.
4 out of the wild card, still in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are the Giants? 5 out of the wild card?
6 now.
Okay, I don't know if that calls you if you're actually in it, but the Rangers have the 5th highest active payroll in all of baseball right now, and they're only at 500. But the rest of this kind of top 10, from the Mets to the Phillies, Dodgers, Yankees, then there's those Rangers, Padres, Toronto, Cubs, Boston, Houston. That's the top 10, and those teams are pretty much, for the most part, all going to the postseason. And then the Giants sit there at number 11, and then right behind them is Seattle. And obviously Seattle right now, they've pulled into a tie with the Astros. They've got a catcher who's got 1,000 home runs. Like, these are the things that are happening with those other high-spending teams. So, yes, here's how I'll say it. The San Francisco Giants this year are the biggest waste of resources in Major League Baseball.
It's hard to argue. Like you're saying, I mean, all those other top 10 teams, with the exception of Texas, and they're 7 out in the division, but only 4 out in the card, and so their race is not completely run. Only behind one team to get past into 4th in the wild card, so they have an easier road than the Giants would if they weren't playing so badly.
Let's go to Kay Bueno in Oakland. What up, Kay Bueno? Thanks for the call.
Hey, what up, guys? Thanks for taking my call here. Just getting home with my son, picking up from daycare.
Yeah, man.
So I just wanted to holler at you here. Yeah. So just want to holler at you about the Giants right now. Yeah, there's so many fingers to point at. People can say, "Oh, get rid of Melvin," and I think, he's partly to blame, but you can't put it all on him and his coaching staff. He's not a lone soldier here. But also, he's not the one out there getting picked off on the base paths. He's not the one out there leaving guys stranded with the bases loaded. He's not out there fumbling balls in the outfield. He's not out there forgetting the fly rules. So it's like it's a combination, unfortunately. And like you just said, it's a massive waste of resources this season. You look on paper, you look at the payroll, for what we're spending and for what the guys who signed, you'd expect a better product on the field. I think there needs to be a massive shakeup, and it's not just getting rid of Melvin. I think it's going to be maybe a combination of getting all new coaching staff, maybe get rid of some of these contracts, get rid of some key players that are underperforming, because let's be real, they're spending money and there's nothing really to show for it from anybody. I think the only hope we've had is Logan Webb. Robbie Reyes looks solid still. He's come back, I think, after the Tommy John. He's had last year to recover. And, and Rodriguez out of the bullpen, too, to do the horse. But other than that, there's not really anybody in the lineup that is going to, that shows to be worth earning any penny of their money they're getting on the contract.
Kay Bueno, was that your son or your daughter there in the back of the car that also seems very ticked off with the Giants?
He very much is. My son, Elio. Yeah, he's very much passionate about it. He's like, Dada, WTF. Not in those words. But,
Nice. Teach him young.
How old, Kay Bueno?
He's just a little over 2.
A little bit over 2. And his name is Elio?
Yeah.
I bet he's
Elio,
the
movie that just came out.
I bet he's a better left fielder than the Giants, Elio. But anyway, Kay Bueno, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think that this has been a good discussion, because I think we've weaved to how I would like to sort of phrase that. Because I don't like, it's embarrassing and all this stuff that people, I don't think that things are embarrassing in professional sports, but I do think this is the most disappointing use of resources in all of Major League Baseball this year, bar none.
Well, I'm just doing the math right now based on active payroll divided by wins. Texas is spending $3.1 million per win that they've earned, and the Giants are at about 2.35.
Okay.
So Texas actually, just based on wins, Texas active payroll is 189.
Right, but I'm going to give them a little bit of a nod, because they are how many years removed from a World Series win?
That'd be 3
Yeah, not that
4?
many. Not that many.
Yeah.
A lot less than the Giants.
Right.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
In a future higher or lower, I play off of the last time that the Giants actually had a playoff win.
Okay. Let's, we're talking about the Rangers.
They won 2 years ago, didn't they?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, these
His
years,
first year.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing it up. Anyway.
Never gets a hold. It just never does.
Speaking of higher or lower, we'll do it in a handful of minutes, but our Giants correspondent and jack of all trades here with us on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game, Steven Risotto, who covers the Giants as well, is on the phone after being at the game today. Steven, how many boos did you hear out there?
I mean, there was a good amount of booze, but for a funeral, there was more than I thought. But, I mean, it was dead today. I think that's the bottom line. It was dead today. I've been here the last 4 games, and it was dead the last 3, too. So today was really nothing new.
I mean, you look at the last 5 games and even beyond that and the home skid. Are you sensing that not only are fewer fans showing up, but more fans are starting to be just disgruntled with what they're seeing?
I don't think fewer fans are showing up. I think the Giants have had pretty good crowds, and that number is going to dip. I know there's a few people talking about it today about how, kids are going back to school. And it's just going to get harder to kind of fill up those weekday games, whether it be the Tuesday night games, the Monday night games, the Wednesday afternoon games like this one. I don't think that's the issue. I think just the issue is they're not showing up for them. And I think, we've tried to go back and forth with what's wrong with the San Francisco Giants in 2025, and it's impossible to put a finger on it. But I think today kind of exemplified everything wrong with the San Francisco Giants. I mean, we saw the defense with, the defense kind of collapsed in that second inning, the bad throw by Ramos. I know you guys touched on that. There was mental mistakes with where maybe they should have been lined up for the relay. There was pitches left over the middle of the plate, so that adds to the pitching woes. And they kind of had the same old with the offense today, and they managed one run. And that was actually the most fired up the crowd was today, was when Christian Koss hit the sacrifice fly late in the game, and they gave him a standing ovation for it. And they gave Christian Koss a standing ovation for pitching well, as they did last night. So that's what this has gotten to, is a standing ovation for one run and a position player pitching.
Yeah, but Steven, that sounds super sarcastic. Like those cheers are not genuine; they're sarcastic, right?
They were 1,000% sarcastic.
Right.
And if Giants fans have resorted to sarcasm, then maybe that's not the worst thing in the world.
Well, I mean, I know I have. Like, Steven, here's my question, because we buried them earlier, and I don't mean that verbally. I mean literally. Like, we had a funeral for the Giants. It's over. So if I were running that team, my decisions the rest of the way would be based on that. We're not trying or worried about winning anymore this year. Do you think they feel that way? How soon do we start to see basically younger players start getting the nod?
Yeah, I mean, soon. I mean, I will say, though, that the only thing is that this team is, like, healthy as can be, basically. So that's the one kind of head-scratching thing about this, is that, there's no really opening aside from maybe right field. I know Fitzgerald was out there before. I assume he's going to be out there more often. But there's really not a place to, play any young players coming up. And who are the young players coming up? I know Bob Melvin after the game today said something about bringing up more guys that could play defense. Well, if you look at the AAA roster in Sacramento, the two closest guys to coming up for the Giants are probably Marco Luciano and Bryce Eldridge, none of whom are known for their defense. Right. I just don't understand where they would get guys who could all of a sudden catch the ball in AAA. But it's too healthy of a team for them to be struggling this much, and also too healthy of a team for them to even find ways to get new players in the lineup. I know he mentioned getting guys days off, and that's an option. But I mean, there's just no energy right now, and I think Willie Adames, who's the most positive guy on planet Earth, when he's saying that, it seems like there's a negative feeling in the air, that's an issue. But I just don't see where reinforcements would come when you're past the trade deadline and there's really nobody knocking on the door aside from one obvious person, but he doesn't really fit the profile of what you need right now.
You're in the clubhouse a lot, and you were today. Who would be the guy to change the mood? And the Niners have the boombox guy, and I know Brandon Crawford used to be DJ BC Raw. Who's the one in the clubhouse who has the biggest personality, who might be able to turn things around emotionally?
I mean, I think the easy answer, Dibs, is probably Adames, but I think he's trying everything possible to get these guys going, but at the end of the day, I don't think that's the job for one certain person, or maybe even two or three certain people. The veterans on the team have been talkative about what they would like to see from this group moving forward. I think that would include Chapman and Adames, and you hear occasionally from Rafael Devers, but he's kind of not cemented yet as in that group of leaders. But I don't know. I think it's kind of like what Willard was saying. It's hard to tell someone to motivate to be motivated more when you're not already. And this is a group that just they haven't been able to put anything together from a vibe standpoint. We'll stick with vibes specifically, because that's the word that everybody uses when describing clubhouse culture and all of that. But it just hasn't gelled, and I don't think there's one guy that could do that job. And the one guy that is supposed to be doing it, Willie Adames, I think he is doing it. But the problem is, it looks like he's aged a few years trying to do it. So it's almost like the poor guy is doing everything he can to get some good vibes in the clubhouse, and that's not even responding to him.
Our guy Steven Risotto on the scene after the Giants game, their demise, the sweep, the funeral, the whole thing. So, Steven, here's the only thing I got left to ask, which is I do think on some level fan bases, I don't want to say have control over this, but their reactions to things do shape sometimes what teams do. So put a finger on the pulse of the fan base. Like, how angry is it right now? Because that may shape what the Giants do in the offseason at certain spots.
They're pretty pissed. I think there's no doubt about it, and that goes without saying. But it's also because when you're a fan of a team and you're a diehard fan of a team, you have a sense of being a part of the moves that are made. And when the Giants go out this offseason and sign Willie Adames and they trade for Rafael Devers, and they have other guys on this roster who are highly paid guys, the Matt Chapmans, the Jung-Hoo Lees of the world, then you kind of feel like, it's kind of an issue when it doesn't work. And if you're a fan and you're sitting back and watching your team that you feel like you've put your money into and you've put your heart and soul into, and it's not happening, and not only is it not happening, it's not happening in a fashion that is so destructive and so laughable. Like, I know you guys were talking about how everybody in the studio was laughing when Elliot Ramos unleashed the throw or attempt of a throw. It was kind of the same vibe in the press box and throughout the crowd at Oracle Park. People were laughing as if it's almost a normal thing, and it's almost become just not acceptable, but just normal. I mean, this is who the San Francisco Giants have been, and I don't think the fans are pleased with that. And I don't know what could be done to, I don't even know if they string together 5 of 6 here. I don't even know if that would increase their optimism about the last 41 games, but they're pretty pissed, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty spot on. Steven, appreciate the work. Thanks for calling in, man.
Absolutely. Keep up the good work, guys.
All right. Yep. Thanks, man. Steven Risotto on the scene. Everybody's pretty pissed.
Tough to be the vibes guy when you're 5 for 49 in August with 18 punchies and you're batting 102.
Yep.
Even though he's been that guy all year, now we're in August. It's like, I'm 5 for 49. How am I going to turn these guys around?
Let's take one more. And then, to be honest with you, coming out of a funeral, I think it's sort of time to go over to someone's house and have the food.
Yeah.
And maybe laugh a little bit and try to smile through some of the pain. The Giants season in my mind is over, but let's have some fun and play higher or lower coming up in a few minutes. But first, let's hear from Derek in San Mateo. Hi, Derek. Thanks for calling.
Hey, fellas, what's going on? I want to just put the season into perspective. Everyone's saying it's Bomel, and I love the Bomel hiring when he first came, but results are results, and I want to harken back to, I know he wasn't a big fan favorite, but Gabe Kapler did the exact same thing towards the end. He was coaching us a 500 ball. So I think it's entirely a roster problem. Obviously, it's not the pitching. Pitching's been great. And honestly, I think that when I looked at the roster on paper at the beginning of the season, I said, we're going to be about 500, maybe a little bit better. And I think we're playing to the mean, honestly. Our roster has never been good, and I think we honestly need to take a good hard look in the mirror and just say, in the division with the Padres and the Dodgers for the next, 5 or 6 seasons, unless we do some really big overhaul or sign a ton of free agents, this is going to look pretty bad. So we got to start from the ground up, and I hope Buster Posey is doing that, just saying, you know what, I'm sorry, fans, it's going to be bad for a while. And that's what it was. If we remember, it was kind of bad up until Tim Lincecum came, before Bonds and then Lincecum. So we got to have some bad years, Giants fans, and then, we'll peel off the Band-Aid, and then everything will be okay. That's my piece.
All right, Derek, thanks, man. You know what's hard for me on this one?
Yeah.
Is that people go, the Dodgers and the Padres? Well, these guys, they're spending money hand over fist. They're handing out big long-term contracts to so many people. And then the Giants kind of start doing it. At least it's only been a very short sample, but they kind of are starting to fight at that level. They started going, all right, we're going to do everyday players. We're going to bring in Willie Adames. We're going to go Matt Chapman extension. We're going to make a big trade with the Red Sox, just like the Dodgers almost seem to always do. we're going to do that, and we're going to get some fancier stuff here in our kitchen. And it went the other way. Like,
completely.
I don't see the Giants as getting further away from the Dodgers or Padres in theory.
Right.
And by the way, those two teams are not immune from the high-priced whoopsie-daisy, like Xander Bogaerts,
right,
for example. But this is still, it's mysterious. Like what I hear a lot of people asking the Giants to do, at least in theory, they have been doing. They just haven't gotten any returns on any of them at all.
And it's crazy since the Devers trade, in which Boston received nothing other than a pitcher that they don't want to pitch, Major League-wise. Boston is 11.5 games better than the Giants, who lifted one of Boston's best hitters, placed it on their team. Boston's 29-19 since the trade. Giants are 18-31. Boston is 11.5 games better after adding nothing. I mean, that to me encapsulates everything we're talking about.
There it is, folks. The 2025 Giants season. Hope you had a blast.
Yeah, get ready for the hot stove.
Ray's in town on Friday.
Okay, yeah. Lock in.
Yeah.
Ticket prices dropping.
Quickly.
I get emails 3 times a day. Hey, 2 for 1, 3 for 1.
You know, if they sweep them, they're back to 500, Dibs.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah. I mean, it could happen. Then you go sweep the Padres, and you're going to have to unearth the body.
All right, so, no, actually, they still would not have met my demands.
Right.
You needed 5 out of 7. That would only be 4.
True.
So, anyway, what do you put the over-under at for runs in that Padres 4-game series coming up next week?
At Petco?
By the Giants.
We've
Petco.
done this before.
I know.
And, you know, the cynical...
1/2 of a run.
Yeah, exactly. I'm set it at 2.5.
The cynic would be, like, probably, honestly, like 7.5.
That's so bad.
Padres scored 7 runs in the second inning today.
7 runs.
I mean,
dun, dun, dun.
You got to, like, even the Giants, like, what are, for the year, how many games and how many runs? All right, you've scored 491 runs, which is crazy because I don't remember that many runs at all.
I did this earlier. They've had 40 games where they've scored 2 or fewer.
Okay, and how many games have they now played?
121.
Okay.
So literally almost a third of your games you've gotten 0, 1, or 2.
Dude, but they're still averaging over 4 runs a game. It's because they have those, oh, by the way, slop games where they beat a team 9-1 right,
or 13-4.
I'm going to set it at 13.5.
For 4 games?
4 games, 13.5.
It's a good number. I'm going to go over.
Ah!
I'm going over.
Whoa!
Yeah. Thank you, Kruk. Atta babe. They can't.
That's unbelievable.
They can't play in this ballpark.
They can't play in any ballpark right now.
They're better on the road.
Yeah,
Nothing's a bandbox
San
down
Diego
there.
is not a good hitter's park either.
Without looking, can you how much of a difference do you think it is run score between the Padres and the Giants this year? Without looking,
I literally know this by heart.
Yep.
I look at this stuff all day, every day. Isn't it 509 to 491?
Yeah, 18 run difference.
18 runs.
And a 10-game difference in the standings.
Feels like 180 different. But they've also given up a lot fewer than the Giants have. And I'm old enough to remember when the Giants had a good pitching staff.
Right.
It was 3 weeks ago. Anyway, let's play a game. Let's have some fun.
You want to have some fun?
I'm done with the funeral. It's time to untie the tie, go over to Aunt Marge's house for some sourdough bread sandwiches, and just, think back to the good times. And let's have some fun. And before we do it, though, Grandy, put your head out the door and scream at Lucas to get back in here because I think he's part of this.
Yeah, we're going to need Lucas involved.
You just get to leave. You don't get to not come be a part of the show just because the Giants don't score any runs anymore. You're going to need to be in here.
He might be handling some big-time management stuff
Probably
here.
not.
Well, if not,
anyway,
we can go ahead and rack up the music when ready, and we can just roll through this because...
Set it up.
Yeah, try to have some fun with... numbers, because numbers are numbers. And so the one that struck me yesterday is the Giants have stolen 52 bases. So I thought it'd be fun to play a game of higher or lower. I will roll out 10 different items. You and Grandy and Lucas, you just decide if that item is higher or lower than 52.
Okay.
You guys y'all get it? You all locked in?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'll keep scoring here.
The number is 52, and then you'll throw out 10 other categories?
Correct.
And we have to guess whether that number is higher or lower than 52.
And those of you in your car, play along with us and see how you do.
Do I need a pen?
No.
I need a pen.
You don't need a pen. All you have to do is answer, and I'll keep score.
I feel like I want a pen. I got a pen.
You got
guys,
a pen.
I'm here.
All right.
Hi, Lucas.
Hey, gang.
Are we all ready? Mark
I'm ready.
Randy, thanks for joining us.
Let's go.
And Mark Willard as well. All right.
Hi.
Item number 1. Higher or lower than 52, number of counties in California. Willard.
I'll go lower.
Grandy?
I'll go higher.
Lucas?
I'm going. That's a good one. Good one to start with. I'll go lower.
Grandy gets the point.
Oh,
the answer is 58.
58.
58.
Okay, Grandy's up 1-0.
Item number 2. We'll start with Grandy. Patrick Mahomes' playoff touchdown passes, higher or lower than 52?
Lower.
Lucas?
I want to go lower. I'm going to go higher.
Willard?
I'm going lower.
It is lower.
Yeah!
Willard and Grandy, 46.
On the board. Take that, Lucas.
Now I want to go over.
Your name starts with an L. Anyway, go ahead.
You won't. 46 career touchdown passes.
Yeah.
We start with Lucas here, item number 3.
Why?
Because we're going around the horn.
Yeah, and because you're in last.
And just because we're going around the horn. Yeah. Item number 3, higher or lower, 52. Total bones in 2 human hands. Lucas.
Over.
Willard.
It's called higher.
Higher.
Willard.
Higher.
Grandy.
Higher.
The answer is higher.
Yeah!
That's a GWL 54. You got 27 in each hand.
Okay.
27
That's
in
exciting.
each.
Aaron Overholzer broke one of them and never played again. Anyway, go ahead.
Brutal.
Yeah.
We start with, he's a golfer.
Stop it.
We start with Willard. Item number 4. Higher or lower than 52. Warriors playoff losses under Steve Kerr.
Oh, wow. Warrior playoff losses
under Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr. I will say higher.
Grandy?
Lower.
And Lucas.
I don't want to side with Grandy. Higher.
Point to Grandy.
Let's go.
Damn it.
48 playoff losses.
Okay.
That is lower than
rolling.
52. We start with Grandy.
I hate Grandy.
Item number 5.
It's pulling away.
Grandy's up 3-2-1 right now.
No, I have 4.
4-2-1. I apologize. I'm trying to do it on the fly.
4 for 4.
Hasn't missed yet.
Yeah, you are 4 for 4. Grandy, try to stay hot. Higher or lower than 52 countries on the continent of Africa.
Oh.
Countries on the continent of Africa.
Lower.
Lucas.
I got to catch Grandy somehow. Higher.
And Willard.
Countries on the continent of Africa. That has to be lower.
From you.
That's got to be lower, doesn't
Give me the
it?
point. Come on.
Give him the point.
Yeah.
54 countries.
Really?
In Africa.
That's all right. At least
Are
Willard
all
didn't
of
get
them
it.
on the map, or are there countries hiding in Sudan?
You got to Google it.
Like what?
Multiple in Sudan.
I think
Yep.
Madagascar counts because
I know. I thought of Madagascar.
You sure did.
I even seen that movie.
Don't
Anyway.
forget your booty.
All right. What is it?
Thank you.
4-2-2?
4-2-2.
All right.
Now we go to item number 6. We start with Lucas, and this is perfect because he's got no clue. Higher or lower than 52. Tiger Woods top 10s in majors all time. Lucas.
Lower.
Willard.
There's only 4 a year.
Top 10s for Tiger majors.
I know, but there's 20. Like you're looking at, he's probably only.
It's Tiger.
Perfect.
Boy, he's probably only played in about. Probably only played in about 80 of them. Maybe not even how much. Top 10s. Lower.
And Grandy.
I'll go lower.
You will go where?
Lower.
Lower. It's a clean sweep. 41 is the answer.
Smart guys.
Yeah.
This is higher or lower. I'm Dan Dibley, and we're doing this in quote-unquote honor of the Giants only stealing 52 bases.
Yep. Okay.
So we're going to keep
4 to go.
4 to go.
And we're down by 2. So
Yeah.
we're not in a good spot.
We got Grandy 5, Willard 3, Lucas 3.
Correct.
Start with you, Willard. Higher or lower, 52. Taylor Swift, Billboard, top 10 singles.
I'll go higher.
Grandy?
Yeah, higher.
Lucas?
Fading Grandy. I'm on the under. We're going lower.
It's higher.
Not a good strategy.
59 for Taylor.
Taylor's got a new album out. She was just on the New Heights podcast. They had over 1 million people watching live.
Right. And whatever song she puts out next is automatically going to be top 10.
If she tours again, your son's getting me tickets. Go ahead.
Number 8, we go to Grandy to start. Higher or lower, the Giants' stolen base total of 52. Steph Curry games with 9 or more threes, including the playoffs. Higher or lower, 52.
Higher.
Lucas?
Lower.
Willard?
What's the question again?
Doesn't
Steph
matter.
Curry games with 9 or more threes, including the playoffs.
In his career?
Why are you so difficult?
Lower.
Point 2, Lucas and Willard.
Yeah!
48.
Don't let us get hot.
48 games.
Don't let me win another championship. I actually have never won one. But anyway, go ahead.
Item number 9.
Number 9.
To Lucas.
I'm only down by 1.
Higher or lower than 52. San Jose Sharks losses last year. Lucas.
How many games do they play?
82.
Same as the NBA.
Higher. They had more.
Willard?
I'll go higher.
Grandy?
Higher.
Oh, you all missed it.
Oh!
50 losses.
Oh!
That was your chance, Grandy.
50 losses.
It was our chance, too.
Yep.
Anyway.
I got Willard with 5.
It's 6-5-4.
6-5. Okay.
Yeah.
The final one, we start with Willard. There is a tiebreaker if needed. Higher or lower, the Giants' stolen base total of 52.
Yeah.
California cities with a population of at least 100,000. Higher or lower, Willard?
At least 100,000. 52? Higher.
Grandy?
Wait, this is the last question?
This is it.
And I'm up by 1 versus
If
Willard?
you get it, you win.
If I just match you, I win.
know.
Which is chicken scratch.
That's
Just go with your
chicken
gut.
bleep.
I think it's higher.
That's such a
Lucas?
cheap way to do it.
Lucas.
Higher.
And it's a clean sweep. You're all correct.
Yeah.
76
Okay.
such cities.
Oh, not close.
And the tiebreaker was how many Bay Area cities, and there are 17 in the Bay Area with 100 grand.
I'm fine with Grandy winning, but I do
not.
like the host over here. It's the first time we've done this. From now on, when someone has the lead, they got to go first on the last question.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's a trial run.
You just do
I was going to guess higher.
But nobody knows that. You're just a good actor.
Congrats, Grandy.
I'm a terrible actor.
Anyway.
And
that was fun.
Good job, Dibs.
yeah, thank you. I've already written 3 other ones just because I
good.
I kind of like these sorts of things.
Let's do it every day, every segment for the rest of the year until the Niners play a game.
Every time we bury a team, but I'm ready whenever you guys want to do it. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
You know what?
You guys did great.
You know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow's a double win. You know what tomorrow is?
Best day of the week.
That's right.
No Giants?
You know what? Thank you, Lucas. There you go. It's Thursday, and the Giants won't lose.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a good day.
It's a good Thursday.
All right, Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries, a pint of blueberries, or 6 ounces of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3. See you in the aisles.
Nobody breaks down an NFL game better.
They're trying to zone it and take it away and squeeze it, yet the throw just cuts right through it. The outside noise, none of the players subscribe to it. Brock Purdy doesn't care about it.
The players love him.
What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball. You can tell by the way he talks about guys, the way he breaks down their tape.
Ryan Baldinger on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky every Tuesday at 7:30.
Sleep is overrated. I'm just trying to give America what they want.
We are the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Step up to the plate and save lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood during August and score a free limited edition Stanford Blood Center in San Francisco Giants co-branded jersey, and only available for a short time. This exclusive jersey is our way of saying thank you for being a hero. Every blood donation can help save up to 3 lives, making a real difference in your community. Supplies are limited, so don't wait. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to schedule your donation.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about. until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
A strong heart, a steady stride, a life full of milestones. El Camino Health is here for you. From advanced heart and vascular care that keeps you on beat, to expert orthopedic treatments that keep you moving, and innovative cancer care that fights alongside you, with expert care for women, men, and new moms, supporting you through every chapter of your health, because every life we touch is built on trust and compassion. El Camino Health, our strength, your health.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and see an amazing selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances live and on display in one of the largest living kitchens in the country. And save with Full Suite Savings Event. With qualifying purchase, get 3 additional years of protection or qualify for a $1,000 rebate. For the largest selection of Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliances, visit the Living Kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Oh, wow. Warrior playoff losses
under Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr. I will say higher.
Grandy?
Lower.
And Lucas.
I don't want to side with Grandy. Higher.
Point to Grandy. Let's go.
Damn it.
48.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't care that you won. I'm proud of my behavior. You're the one that's got to look yourself in the mirror for taking the cheap way out in round 10. So you might be knockout champion, but you ain't higher or lower champion in my book, not yet. That's just round 1.
Sounds like sore loser to me.
Yeah, no, I don't care. I don't care what it sounds like. You're the one that's got to deal with you tonight, Grandy, not me. And Evan, he has to deal with you too because you live together. So
and Jack.
Don't forget Jack.
If I can tease the future categories, other categories that are still ahead on higher or lower.
This is exciting. What else?
Steph Curry career free throw percentage, which is 91.1.
Okay, so things that are higher or lower than 91.1.
Correct.
All right.
I was going to say it's higher than 52%.
We're not talking about
higher.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say Kuminga, but he's better than that.
Yeah.
Higher or lower, Jerry Rice, 197 receiving touchdowns.
Do you realize that we almost got through the show without anyone using the word Kuminga until you just said that?
It's impossible. He got mentioned in the crossover, but...
Might have been before 2 o'clock, though.
Might have been.
Bay Area. It's Jonathan Kuminga.
Hi, John.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Not mentioned with pods, though. I think that was an underdog.
Probably. Right. Listen, I thought, because we're going to do like one big Warrior question every time Pods comes on. For those of you who missed it, he's our new Valkyries correspondent, super fan, crazy person. And he was on the stream with us. He came on YouTube. There was rain in Orlando, Florida. There was a lot of stuff going on. It was really fun. We're going to do one big Warrior question with him. And I thought about kind of going down that road of like, boy, the Warriors have made no free agent signings. How do you feel about that and this whole Kuminga thing? And I'm like, here's the deal. It's like the right question to answer, but I already know what non-answer we would have gotten.
Right.
He's going to be like, not my pay grade, not my thing. We love JK, and we'll let the chips fall where they may. Because what else? Like, what else could he say about this situation? Like,
plus the vibes were not in.
Yeah, it has reached just a total long-term annoying impasse. And so we're just going to sit here for a little while. Like, nothing's going to happen.
Every 3 or 4 days, there'll be, the reprisal of Kuminga's holding firm and the Warriors aren't budging and they don't love this offer and see you in October. I do think the standoff is going to last for a while. So, yeah.
I agree. Anyway, what are some other categories?
The other one that I've written is higher or lower Justin Verlander career strikeouts. And it's currently 3,503. So
I don't know if I want to do that one. I don't want to hear his name that much right now.
I get it. I mean, I was thinking we'd do one a week, but that was so much fun. We might just, I don't know. We might rip through these.
Yeah. Or, yeah. Like
whatever you guys want. I'm here for you.
Moves, but yeah, I
was trying to stay ahead of the curve and trying to think about different creative numbers to play off of.
No, it was a ton of fun. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 707. Do this more often. All right, fine, we will.
We will? Yeah. I mean, I'm sitting there watching Below Deck and just thinking through it, or
just scratching stuff down.
Yeah, just get the laptop and it's like I think of a number and it's like, what are some of the fun things, both sports and non-sports, that we can play off of, and do a little Google and.
I love what you did.
Appreciate it.
And I want you to do with your laptop at night whatever you do with your laptop at night.
Okay.
But I also want to say, dude, it's probably time to start studying. We're getting there.
Oh, we're doing that.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do you know where to go? Do you know how to do it? Are you doing mock drafts?
Not yet. It's a little early for the mock draft for me.
Well, is this the only league that you're going to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it.
And Lucas, are we like September 3rd? Is there any update? September 3rd still?
No,
maybe?
Not in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
No. But yeah, date itself, yes.
September 3rd, yes.
September 3rd is happening.
Timing, TBD. But most likely after our show sometime.
Well, I hope it's not before our show.
Or
that
during
would be
the
during
show.
someone else's show that's in the league.
Well, maybe we do the first round on someone's show.
First round.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
How many little squares can we put on YouTube now that we know that we can do more than 2? Actually, we could do at least 4. We do 4 during the crossover.
Yep.
How many little squares on YouTube can we do?
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you. And that makes 3 shows in a row where I've gotten that's a great question.
That was not a very good question.
Just because he doesn't have the answer. And we already decided that employees don't count.
I know they don't.
Risotto had given me one a couple times back, and I tried to celebrate it, and I got shut down immediately.
It doesn't count, but it still felt good.
From Lucas?
Yeah.
Guy who came in last and higher or lower?
From anyone. It doesn't matter who it comes from. It just feels good.
From Lucas?
Yeah.
You're welcome, Willard.
That was a little rough.
Anyway, okay. So, but the bulk of the draft will be after our show on September 3rd.
Yeah.
All right. So you do have time. I have one Saturday.
Okay. Yeah.
A super flex.
Yeah, this is the one I don't really care for with the 2 quarterbacks.
But why don't you care for it?
Because it's not, and I know fantasy football is not real football, but why do you need a second quarterback?
Why not?
Yeah.
I'll just tell you.
You might as well move to Utah and get a second wife. That's why not.
That's a little excessive.
Yeah.
We got a commissioner in the high school league who is always kind of like poking at me, chiding a little bit because I never want to do anything new. But the flip side is he only wants to do stuff new. Every year, we should do an auction draft. Next time, we should do 14 players. Why not 16 players? I'm like, are you ever happy? Would you just stop? Just be. Like, we're good here. We're happy. We have fun every year. Why are you always trying to change everything? But he has a point sometimes. Be open-minded. It's the same. I will say the same thing about a Superflex league that I say about a salami and olive pizza. Don't knock it until you've tried it.
I've tried it.
Tried it. Salami and olive?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. No, salami and olive.
Or Superflex.
I probably have been in a Superflex.
You haven't been in a Superflex. You'd remember if you'd been in a Superflex. I
used to be in a league with my good buddy who I did radio with in New Zealand, and they had me in their league for many years, and it was individual defensive positions. It was an IDP league.
Yeah, I've done that. I hated it.
It's like, my linebacker had 11 tackles.
Well, I can't even follow it, and people are playing dudes you've never heard of. I'm like, I don't get this. But Superflex, the roster's huge. It's not just 2 QBs, 3 receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flex. Like,
who's blocking on this team?
Dude, there's so many players. We go 19 rounds. It is very intricate, and it is a lot of fun. It's especially a lot of fun when you draft Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels with your first 2 picks, and you score more points than anyone has scored in the history of the league, and you point and laugh at everybody as you take their money. That's what happened last year.
Yeah, it's a good little 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it was.
The 2 runningest quarterbacks outside of Jalen Hurts in the NFL.
Yeah, it went well. We're sponsored by Safeway. Grandy, what are you doing? What's happening?
I figured to get the full encapsulation of what the day has been, we're going to hear from Flem on the morning show.
Good idea.
To react to last night's disappointing Giants loss.
Yep.
And then we will listen back to your guys' funeral for this year's Giants after today's loss.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a 1-2 punch of Giants joy. That should be.
There's that, yeah.
Remember, everybody, a day off tomorrow. Isn't that exciting? But not for us.
No.
What's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I assume that means you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not getting the day off, so I'll be here.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
I don't want to side with Grandy. Fading Grandy.
From Lucas?
Yeah.
The road to Santa Clara starts now.
Let's go Niners!